Okay.
Good morning. My name is John Fever, and I have had the great good fortune of being the president of the University of Science and Arts of Oklahoma for a number of years now, and it has fallen to me to make a comment to welcome you all to this conference, Building Bridges and Dismantling Racism for the Common Good. It was Dr. Tanya Anderson, director of this school's Ada Lois Fisher Center for Social Justice and Racial Healing, who asked that I make an opening remark to the group. And as a college president, I belong to a species, as you probably all know, inclined to a lengthy statement, as lengthy a statement as possible, given the circumstances. And I was prepared to give you a dandy with all of the bells and the whistles. But Tanya's response was 3 minutes, take it or leave it. And that is a typical faculty response to my comments here at the college. At any rate, greetings to all of you from the University of Science and Arts of Oklahoma, a rather rare breed, a publicly supported liberal arts college. And as this conference is particularly important to the Ada Scipio Fisher Center, and the center particularly important to this college, so the topic of this conference is particularly important to the mission and purposes of this institution, to its curricular structure and to its teaching and learning objectives. And the topic today, whether indirectly or directly, really deals with the question of human diversity and human variety. And I can't think of a more critically important teaching and learning objective than the one of dealing informatively and intelligently with the condition of human diversity, a condition that reflects the demographics of this college, this nation's transforming demographics, and all of this in context of a multicultural, global multicultural context. As a professional educator, as I best understand the enterprise for which I have responsibility, the educational process must in major part be preoccupied with the question of human variety and diversity, its present patterns in light of the past perforce as we look to the future in terms of understanding how this collectivity of human variety might find the basis to communicate and to collaborate in the never-ending effort to improve those conditions that are really best suited to serve the health and welfare of the greatest good for the greatest number. And so I do hope that this gathering today and tomorrow, the next 2 days, in some constructive way contributes value to you, each of you individually, and to the topics at hand, and to contributes a measure of value to, I guess, what I have just declared is something of an aspiration on my part, but the very best to all of you as you plow through this very difficult topic over the next couple of days. Good to see you all. Good to kind of see you all.
Dr. Fever, thank you so much for your words. Hello, everyone. My name is Tanya Anderson, and I'm the director of the Ada Lois Fisher Center for Social Justice and Racial Healing. Before we commence any further, I would like to introduce to you Dr. Jennifer Long, who will be assisting with Q&A. Also, Dr. Shelley Reese, who will also be assisting me in different technological ways with this conference, and Dr. Chris Garneau, who will be serving as a DJ for us during the course of this conference. They have been very helpful to me, and I appreciate them very, very much. Before we begin, I would like to acknowledge where we are through our land acknowledgement statement. The indigenous history of the land that the University of Science and Arts of Oklahoma campus sits on goes back to time immemorial. And across that expanse of time, many successive groups have lived here and created sacred legacies in this area. We recognize the historical connection our university has with its indigenous community, on whose traditional lands we learn, live, reflect, and teach. We fully recognize, support, and advocate for the sovereign rights of all 39 nations within the state of Oklahoma. In doing so, we seek continuity and connection to the past as we look to the future with increased collaboration with our indigenous neighbors. Everyone, thank you for joining us today. This journey started almost exactly a year ago after the video of George Floyd's final moments was publicly released. President Fever said to me, he said, we have to do something. And that something emerged into an idea to bring scholars, activists, and members of the community together to better understand how racism impacts everyone and to explore strategies for dealing with this problem. Thanks to the goodwill of many people who believe in building bridges of support, hope, and healing, we are here. Pandemic, climate change, war, poverty, and hunger. Racism should not be one of those challenges, but it is. The solution to dealing with racism cannot be found in silence, indifference, or censure. To do so is like a person who sweeps dirt under a rug and pretends the house is clean. Eventually, the rug cannot conceal the dirt, and the person can no longer pretend his or her house is clean without looking foolish. Many years ago, I had the privilege of studying under a professor, Ingrid Schaefer, when I was a student at USL, the institution where I now teach. She was from Austria. She was born during the period of Hitler's rise to power. One of her early memories, one that haunted her, was seeing cattle cars full of Jews headed ultimately to the death camps. Her experiences of growing up during and after World War II shaped her life. As a professor, she taught her students, she taught me, that building bridges of empathy, love, understanding, and courage was essential. It was an essential responsibility we all shared. Ingrid believed that we need to look for the goodness in people. And in doing so, we promote goodness in the world. At her memorial service, someone described her as naive. But Ingrid was hardly naive. She had seen some of the most ghastly cruelties people are capable of. For her, goodness produced light in the darkness. And where there is light, darkness cannot prevail. And that is another reason why we are here today. I hope that you can find this conference inspiring, educational, and healing, if only in small ways, to strengthen the light you all carry during these challenging times. And speaking of a person who carries tremendous light and beauty within his soul is Father Michael Lapsley. I had the privilege of meeting Father Lapsley, what was it, in 2019, I think? No, or 2020, fall of 2020. And I have, how can I say, it was, I don't know, I just feel the soul, you know, his presence. He's the type of person that he, you know, to use the cliche, lights up a room. And that is remarkable because he too emerged from a setting in which oppression and violence characterized the place where he lived, and that was in South Africa, still is in South Africa. He arrived in South Africa in 1973. On behalf of school children who were being shot, detained, and tortured. In 1993, he became chaplain of the Trauma Center for Victims of Violence and Torture in Cape Town, which assisted the country's Truth and Reconciliation Commission. This work led to the establishment in 1998 of the Institute for the Healing of Memories in Cape Town. The Institute for the Healing of Memories aims to allow many people, South Africans and non-South Africans, to tell their stories in workshops where they can work through their trauma. And the issue of trauma through racism is something that we all face. And I am very pleased to present Father Michael Lapsley to you.
Pain and hope, the long struggle for racial justice and healing. My friends, may we begin with silence to honor those who died in the Greenwood massacre and all those who suffered and died because of racism. Thank you. Thank you, my dear sister, Dr. Tonya Anderson, and all of you at the Dr. Ada Lois Seapwell Fisher Center for Social Justice and Racial Healing at the University of Science and Art of Oklahoma. You dreamed and planned and worked for a very long time for this conference to happen. The survivors and the descendants of those who suffered and died at Greenwood have fought for generations to right the wrongs of 100 years ago in Tulsa. The testimony of Viola Fletcher has reverberated across the world, and I quote, "I'm a survivor of the Tulsa Race Massacre," Viola Fletcher, aged 107, told members of a House Judiciary Subcommittee Wednesday, May 19th, and she went on, "2 weeks ago, I celebrated my 107th birthday. Today, I'm visiting Washington, D.C. for the first time in my life. I'm here seeking justice and asking my country to acknowledge what happened in Tulsa in 1921. Viola Fletcher went on, I have lived through the massacre every day. Our country may forget this history, but I cannot, I will not, and other survivors do not, and our descendants do not. The House Judiciary Subcommittee gave Viola Fletcher a standing ovation. Perhaps a more appropriate response would have been to rise to their feet and bow their heads in shame. It is a stain and an indictment on the city and the state and the nation and the citizenry that so little was done to address the many wounds brought about by the killings and destruction of 100 years ago. The time has come to heal the wounds of history. We need to heal the dead. We need to heal ourselves. What we do today will impact the next 7 generations. Anniversaries are important. We know that in our personal lives. Often the first anniversary of the death of a loved one is especially painful when the person died violently and when there has been no justice. Here we are, just a few days after the centennial of the horrific events that unfolded in Greenwood between May 31st and June the 1st, 1921. In May last year, Human Rights Watch wrote in The Case for Reparations, and I quote, "The massacre occurred in a broader context of systemic racism rooted in the United States history of slavery, white supremacy, racist violence, and oppression, which continues across the United States today. Many have written about how the COVID-19 pandemic has ripped the veil from the harsh reality of injustice and inequality across the world, not least institutionalized racism. COVID-19 has helped lay bare the consequences of the 2 original sins on which the United States was built: genocide and slavery. During the time of COVID-19, George Floyd was murdered by Derek Chauvin following the police killings of Eric Garner, Breonna Taylor, Ahmaud Arbery, and. The list is very long. Each person a human being of infinite value, all people of color, mainly men. As we all know, the murder of George Floyd led to street protests and an outpouring of pent-up pain, anger, and outrage, not just across the United States, but across the world. Black Lives Matter echoed across the globe. Racism is global in character and stretches back through the centuries. I recently asked my Facebook friends about their gains and losses during COVID-19. Mary Lyons wrote, "Here in the United States of America, with the horrible death of George Floyd, I am being gifted by the forced awareness of my deep and unrecognized racial prejudices and the white supremacy that is so deeply embedded in our institutions. I give thanks for the weight of the evil veil being lifted. It is a veil that can drown the love we profess to follow in Christ. The pandemic made many of us stop and see." End of quote. Each of us comes to this conversation of building bridges and dismantling racism through the prism of our own life journeys. I would love to hear each of your stories, with your joys and sorrows, how racism wounded and still wounds you, where you are on the journey of healing, and what you are doing to help dismantle racism for the common good. The dialogues and the 2 virtual Healing of Memories workshops will at least give some of you an opportunity to share and to be heard. Today, I would like to reflect with you on my own journey of becoming woke, as Marvin Gaye sang about 50 years ago. I will intertwine this with some of what we have learned in the Institute for Healing of Memories during the last 20 years. My own sensibilities about race and racism began when I was about 5 years old. I was born in Aotearoa, New Zealand. I was quarrelling with a Maori boy, the indigenous people of New Zealand. He said, "You are doing this to me because I'm Maori." He was conscious that his identity could lead to how he was treated. During my training to become a priest in Australia, I became an active member of a committee against racism. From childhood, in the family and in the church, I learned to see all of us as God's children. Of course, that doesn't mean that I wasn't infected by racism and a beneficiary of white privilege. I trained to be a priest with people of different racial backgrounds. At the same time, racist language about indigenous people was commonplace and was never called out. The Anglican religious order to which I belong, the Society of the Sacred Mission, transferred me to South Africa in 1973, where we had been working since 1902. Before traveling to South Africa, I knew a lot about it. I had plenty of head knowledge, but nothing prepared me for the experience of living in South Africa. I often say that the day I arrived in South Africa, I stopped being a human being and became a white man. Suddenly, every single aspect of my life was decided by the color of my skin. The university where I studied, the suburb I lived in, the bathroom I could use, the elevator I could enter, even the part of the ocean where I could swim. For me, whiteness became like leprosy. In my naivety, I had thought that when I arrived in South Africa, I would find 3 groups of people, the oppressed and the oppressor, and a third group called the human race, to which I would belong. The rude awakening was that because I was white, I would belong to the oppressor group. Even if I chose to be against apartheid, I was still its beneficiary. Also, I could choose never to use a gun, but the police would still shoot to kill to protect me and my white skin. Despite being an Episcopalian, I realized that there was no fence to sit on. As the well-known quote from Archbishop Desmond Tutu goes, "If you are neutral in situations of injustice, you have chosen the side of the oppressor. If an elephant has its foot on the tail of a mouse and you say that you are neutral, the mouse will not appreciate your neutrality." I was not neutral. I was a student on a white university campus and also became a chaplain to that campus. And I was also a chaplain to 2 black university campuses. Ministering to young people of all races brought some insights. It was true that all black people suffered under apartheid and were oppressed. All white people had power, privilege, and wealth, because of constitutionalized racism. Oppression takes no prisoners. The oppression also dehumanizes the oppressor. I remember a survey of white people in South Africa in the mid-70s that showed their dominant feelings were guilt, fear, and anxiety. That is not how you spell liberation. I realized that liberation had to be for everybody, or it would be for nobody. People often compare the civil rights movement in the United States to the struggle against apartheid. The key difference was, as I understand it, that African Americans and their allies were fighting for equality under the Constitution. In South Africa, the problem was the Constitution, which is precisely what excluded the majority from political power and denied fundamental human rights to all black people. That is why ours was a national liberation struggle against colonialism of a special type. And military training was compulsory for every white male in South Africa. To refuse meant a 6-year prison sentence. White people would say that I have to go to the army, never that I have decided to go to the army. The moral question was removed. There were hundreds of laws which only applied to black people. Apartheid took away the dignity of black people. I've often felt that the deepest wound of apartheid was spiritual, when people came to believe that they were inferior. Much of what has happened at Greenwood resonates with the South African struggle against racism. The turning point for my generation was what happened in 1976. Black school children were shot in the streets until, over a period of a year, more than 1,000 lay dead. Many thousands were detained and tortured. Thousands fled the country, looking for better education and for military training. What shook my faith to its roots was knowing that those who shot children read the Bible every day and went to church on Sunday. How could that be? Had racism so permeated their souls that they didn't see a child like their child, rather they saw something black? In the midst of this unfolding nightmare, I was elected as National Chaplain for Anglican students by black and white students. Less than 3 months later, I was expelled from South Africa and only returned 16 years later. I became a student at the National University of Lesotho, where there was only one other white student. I should explain for those who may be geographically challenged that the mountain kingdom of Lesotho is an independent African country completely surrounded by South Africa. We used to say that we lived in the belly of the beast. That experience of living in an independent African country helped me to recover my humanity, to live as a person among other persons. I joined the liberation movement, ministering to exiles, assisting with their education from creche to university. At the same time, I was engaged in the theological battle for the truth of the Christian gospel. Either it was true that we are all God's children, or the most important thing about us is the color of our skin. They cannot both be true. One has to be a lie. The way I used to put it was very simple. Apartheid was an option for death carried out in the name of the gospel of life. My reward for speaking this truth was to receive a letter bomb in April 1990 from a death squad of the apartheid state, hidden inside the pages of 2 religious magazines. I opened the envelope at my home in Zimbabwe. In the explosion, I lost both my hands and one eye. For the 14 years before the bomb went off, I had lived in Southern Africa, but traveled the world to garner support for our struggle to defeat apartheid. Consequently, when I was bombed, there were messages of prayer, love, and support from across the world. My story was acknowledged, reverenced, and recognized by people from many countries. This is not what happened to the victims and survivors of the Tulsa massacre. The authorities in Tulsa blamed the victims and sought to punish the members of the community who dared to try to defend themselves. The Tulsa City Commission issued a report 2 weeks after the massacre saying, and I quote, "Let the blame for this Negro uprising lie right where it belongs, on those armed Negroes and their followers who started this trouble and who instigated it, and any person who seeks to put half the blame on the white people are wrong." End of quote. The moral order was inverted. Bad was called good, and good was called bad. There were a few white people who were horrified and reflected a sense of common humanity. The Human Rights Watch report recounts initially some Tulsa officials acknowledged the wrongdoing and promised restitution and repair. And I quote, "Tulsa can only redeem herself from the countrywide shame and humiliation by complete restitution of the destroyed black belt. Tulsa weeps at this unspeakable crime and will make good the damage down to the last penny," unquote, said Judge Loyal J. Martin, chairman of the Executive Welfare Committee, a body formed on June 2, 1921, through the Tulsa Chamber of Commerce in response to the violence and for the purpose of rehabilitating the city. Alva J. Niles, president of the Chamber of Commerce, made similar apologies and promised that, and I quote, "rehabilitation will take place and reparations made," unquote, adding that Tulsa feels, and I quote, "intensely humiliated," and pledged to punish those guilty of bringing the disgrace and disaster to the city. Those voices did not prevail. 100 years later, Violet Fletcher asks for justice, for acknowledgement, and for reparations. 2 days after the testimony of Viola Fletcher and 2 other surviving congressmen, Hank Johnson introduced the Tulsa Greenwood Massacre Claims Accountability Act to provide access to the courts to seek restitution. When I was reading the history surrounding the massacre, I did not understand why in 2021 people were still looking for bodies. Then I read the Oklahoma National Guard Commanding General Charles Barrett issued an order denying funerals for the deceased on the grounds that he claimed churches were already overwhelmed with helping the displaced. To this day, no one knows what happened to most of the bodies, though there is reason to believe at least some were buried in mass graves. An investigation into this possibility, after being dormant for years, was recently reopened. I have no doubt that for the descendants and the survivors, that their loved ones were denied a proper funeral has been an added trauma crossing generations. Would it not be appropriate that as well as reparations, there should be a service in the National Cathedral in Washington to honor all those killed in Greenwood, together with an apology by the President on behalf of the nation for what happened? In my case, no one was ever found responsible for my bombing and attempted assassination. However, 7 different governments invited me to come for free medical treatment. In 1992, I returned to South Africa after 16 years away. It was the period of negotiations. The racist regime was forced to the negotiating table. They had not repented. They saw the specter of power slipping from their hands and became even more murderous. Just to give one example, armed masked gunmen entered commuter trains and gunned down black workers as they sang and prayed on the way to work. I realized that for millions of South Africans, unlike me, their stories had not been acknowledged, reverenced, and recognized. No one had said to them that what happened to them was wrong. All they had was their victimhood. Yes, we were a resilient nation. The whole world had walked beside us. But centuries of slavery, of racism, oppression, and exploitation had also wounded us psychologically, emotionally, and spiritually. And we all had stories to tell. We all had stories to tell about what we had done, what had been done to us, and what we failed to do. We carried pain in us that crossed generations. In 1994, constitutionalized racism came to an end in South Africa, but that did not bring an end to our woundedness. A society built on racism had been constructed over centuries. It was built on the lie that our value derives from how much melanin we have. A new democratic government was tasked with writing a new constitution and leading in the creation of a new nation on the ashes of the old. Easier said than done on the political and economic front, especially the economic front, especially the economic. 27 years into democracy, we remain the most unequal society on earth, with black people still as the poor majority. Is this similar to what happened in the Reconstruction period in the United States? One of the questions that confronted us as a nation was, how do we deal with the past? As probably you all know, one of the things we did was to have a Truth and Reconciliation Commission following the example of Chile and Argentina. I gave evidence to the Truth and Reconciliation Commission, and along with 18,800 others, it was declared that we had suffered gross human rights violations in terms of the legislation, and we were declared to be victims. So there was acknowledgement by the nation of what had been done to us, and it was declared that what had been done to us was wrong. That acknowledgement by the nation has not yet happened for Viola Fletcher. Although our democratic state was slow and ungenerous, although not as slow as the United States, there was some reparation for victims, unlike for the community of Greenwood. Before our TRC was established, I was asked the question, what about those? I was asking the question, What about those who don't qualify to come to the Commission? The Commission only dealt with murder, attempted murder, torture, and severe maltreatment. But all 55 million of us were affected by apartheid and had a story to tell. Just to give you one example, between 1960 and 1983, more than 3.5 million people were forcibly removed from their homes because of their race. And we carried within us deep feelings because of what we had experienced. Feelings which are all normal and natural, but if we keep them inside of us, will destroy us. Some of us decided to create an experiential process, what we like to call safe and sacred spaces, to begin to deal with the psychological, emotional, and spiritual effects of the country's past upon us as individuals. We call this process a Healing of the Memories workshop. We will offer a shortened version twice during this week for those who have registered, although I know there's already a waiting list. In 1998, we launched the Institute for Healing of Memories, conceived of as a parallel process to South Africa's Truth and Reconciliation Commission. The same year, we were invited to 2 places outside South Africa. One was Rwanda, 4 years after the genocide, and the second was to New York City. The New York workshop took place at the famous Riverside Church. Many of the people who came to that workshop had been participants in the civil rights movement. They said it was the first time that they had an opportunity to speak about their pain. One of South Africa's great leaders once said, "Those who think of themselves as victims eventually become the victimizers of others." We give ourselves permission to do terrible things to others because of what has been done to us. It has been said by many that when we have been traumatized or oppressed, we either transform it or transmit it, or as the cliche goes, hurting people hurt others. Without minimizing the role of patriarchy, we should not underestimate the effect of trauma playing itself out in gender-based violence. Healing of Memories is about breaking the chain that turns victims into victimizers. When you consider the violence of genocide and slavery, together with the United States' addiction to war, should we be surprised at the scale of gun violence that characterizes the United States? Nor should we be surprised that the damned Second Amendment seems to have become an idol. As we know, the killing by police against unarmed civilians is not new. Some years ago, in the south of Los Angeles, as the Institute for Healing of Memories North America, we developed a program with a local church in partnership with a local community and the Los Angeles Police Department to listen to one another's stories. As we listened to each other's pain, new journeys to mutual respect began to flourish between the police and the community. I suspect that many of us are either activists against racism in communities or in the academy. Perhaps some of us would describe ourselves as public intellectuals. Many years ago, I was interviewed for a visiting professorship at the New School for Social Research in New York. They asked me to explain in what way I was a public intellectual. I did not like to admit that I had never heard of the term. After the end of apartheid, a number of mental health professionals offered their services to torture survivors. At the first meetings, the survivors would ask the professionals, "Where were you when we were struggling for our freedom?" I love the way the invitation to this conference speaks of the, quote, need to bridge the gap between the academic research and teaching and social activism beyond the university. So our research and teaching is important, but not sufficient to dismantle racism for the common good. Jim Wallace of Sojourners magazine observed that in the demonstrations following the murder of George Floyd, he had never in his lifetime seen so many white people participating. Is that not a sign of hope? My presentation is saying by implication that even as we advocate for justice out there, we need to be traveling our own internal journeys, facing our own demons. Healing of Memories was born as a considered response to the grave injustice of apartheid racism. We realized that we needed to heal for our own sake so that we could return to continue the task of building a more just world. As years passed, we found tools of self-care essential if we were to avoid burnout. One of the tools was to find or create communities where we could be listened to and supported without judgment or advice. A group of our Healing of Memories facilitators in California are members of All Saints Church in Pasadena. That church has a long history of standing for social justice on a range of issues. Those issues include racial justice, gender-based violence, support for the LGBTIQA community, and opposition to unjust wars back to the days of the Vietnam War. They are all women, several of them women of color, and all lifelong activists for social justice. We meet from time to time to listen to one another and give each other support. More recently, our conversations have focused on racism and the killing by police, especially of black men, COVID-19, the presidential election, and the insurrection at the Capitol building. As we sought to give one another new courage and find hope, we resolved to offer an online conversation, which we called Healing as a Revolutionary Act. We shared what we had learned about how we could not participate in working for transformative justice without dealing with our own stuff and being supported as we travel these journeys. The title, Healing as a Revolutionary Act, resonated, and people joined from across the United States, Europe, and from Southern Africa. We also shared different resources that have equipped us as activists to make us more aware in fighting and unlearning racism and what we need to do for self-care. I hope that this conference will play a similar role for all of us and that we will embrace healing as a revolutionary act on our own journey of building bridges and dismantling racism for the common good. It has been encouraging to witness how Black Lives Matter has embraced the other original sin of the genocide of indigenous people, which is also global in character. There is also the painful but liberating journey of disabusing ourselves of the historical falsification and ignorance that especially those of us who are white have as to the true history of the United States and the world. It is time we all gained several new pairs of spectacles to view reality. When it comes to working for transformative justice, I believe that seeing the intersectionality of different struggles will strengthen all of us. Today, Asian Americans are also in the firing line and need our unequivocal solidarity. COVID-19 is offering us some very sharp lessons if we have eyes to see and hearts to feel. It is well recorded that people of color and indigenous people fared much worse while the pandemic has been raging. This is particularly because of inequality. COVID-19 is also telling us that we are one human family and that we have one earthly home. Mother Earth is also crying. Inviting someone from faraway South Africa to present today speaks to the importance of internationalism and solidarity. As a person of faith, I like to ask the question, what is God's dream for us and what is my role? Regardless of our faith tradition and spirituality, we all need resilience and hope. We can be the generation that takes giant steps towards dismantling racism, traveling as we do on the shoulders of our physical and spiritual ancestors. At the same time, we need to dismantle patriarchy, build a world of greater equality, characterized by kindness and generosity. In 100 years, let the descendants of Viola Fletcher and all those who died be able to say that finally there was acknowledgement, transformative justice, and reparations. And now I quote, "Now therefore I, Joseph R. Biden Jr., President of the United States of America, by virtue of the authority vested in me by the Constitution and the laws of the United States, do hereby proclaim May 31st, 2021, a day of remembrance, 100 years after the 1921 Tulsa Race Massacre. I call upon the people of the United States to commemorate the tremendous loss of life and security that occurred over those 2 days in 1921, to celebrate the bravery and resilience of those who survived and sought to rebuild their lives again, and commit together to eradicate systemic racism and help to rebuild communities and lives that have been destroyed by it." End of quote. In South Africa, we sang and danced our way to freedom. Our artists, past, present, and future, will continue to inspire us and give us new courage. For generations, African Americans sang the spirituals, songs of lament that were also songs of defiance and resistance, and the knowledge that this too shall pass. We will, like Marvin Gaye, keep asking, "What's going on?" We will sing with Pete Seeger, "We shall overcome." And finally, we say with Amanda Gorman in her poem, "The Hill We Climb," and I quote, "And so we lift our gaze, not to what stands between us, but what stands before us. We close the divide because we know to put our future first, we must first put our differences aside. We lay down our arms so we can reach out our arms to one another. We seek harm to none and harmony for all. Let the globe, if nothing else, say this is true, that even as we grieved, we grew, that even as we hurt, we hoped, that even as we tired, we tried, that we'll forever be tied together, victorious, not because we will never again know defeat, but because we will never again sow division. Scripture tells us to envision that everyone shall sit under their own vine and fig tree, and no one shall make them afraid. If we're to live up to our own time, then victory won't lie in the blade, but in all the bridges we've made. End of quote. I thank you.
At this point in time, we will entertain questions.
Dr. Anderson, I will start with one from the Q&A for Father Lapsley. Why is healing important? How do we go through that process of healing? Father Lapsley, you're still muted.
I think can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yeah, I think we start with the reality that the things that have happened to us have damaged us individually, collectively, as communities and nations, especially where people have been oppressed and discriminated against, but also many of us simply in our life journey. So I think healing is of key importance if we are going to be able to work for transformative justice. I think when we are damaged by the things that have happened to us, often we end up either in self-harm with drugs or alcohol or suicide, or it plays itself out with violence in the family. So healing is for our own sake, but also for others, so that we can participate in journeys for justice. But if I could just say, by the way, sorry for the technological problems, I will post this on YouTube today and we'll send the link so the conference members could watch the whole thing if they can bear to go through it again as well. But thank you. And I'm glad that at least the quote from Amanda Gorman was able to come through very clearly. Because I think she, in a way, captured in The Hill We Climb, which of course was at the inauguration of President Biden, but she captured in a sense what this conference is about, the way, in fact, it speaks about building bridges.
Here's another question for you, Father Lapsley. You spoke about the role that churches played in the reconciliation process in South Africa. Do you see something similar happening in the United States, or is religion in the United States different from South Africa, or how can that process be encouraged?
Well, I think it's, thank you for the question. I think, we had many strands of the faith communities in South Africa. Tragically, there was a strand that supported apartheid. There was another strand that during the apartheid years spoke of reconciliation before there was justice. And then there was a prophetic strand that seeked to be a voice of hope to people who are oppressed and those who make common cause with them. There are, of course, already a number of truth commissions happening across the United States, and particular contexts where people are seeking to heal the wounds of the past. I think all sectors of society have a role to play, because in a way, the question is not, should we have a truth commission or should we not? But how do we deal with the past? How do we deal with what we've done to each other? How can we remember and yet not be prisoners of those memories?
Going back to the idea of healing, I think you spoke about healing as an individual process, but we have a question about what our individual role is in helping other people to heal. What is our role, if any, in helping other people to go through that healing process?
Yeah, I'm interested in the role of prepositions. I don't think any of us want people to do things to us or do things for us, but do things with us. So I think it's a question of accompaniment. But I think when we are on our own journeys of healing, where we're able to say to another, this is what has helped me to heal. This is what's helped me to face my demons. Perhaps this may also be true for you. So I think it's a question of accompaniment. And I think also when we make ourselves vulnerable as to our frailty, our brokenness, so often we are able to give encouragement to others on the journey. Because I think we all are strong people in our own ways, but we also need spaces where it's okay to be weak as well, to deal, if you like, with our shadow side. And we all need accompaniment. So, we do a lot of work with veterans in the United States. And I always remember a veteran saying, I've waited 42 years to tell this story. So for 42 years, this veteran had been haunted by what he'd been part of, but he'd never found the space that was safe where he could share those stories, be listened to, be acknowledged, be believed, and not be judged. So I think the importance of finding those places, and I think faith communities have a key role to play, but not just faith communities. In faith communities, often we're better at preaching than listening. So places of listening. But I found people at USAO who are also good listeners, who are willing to listen to the pain of students, the pain of academics. Because we are academics doesn't mean we don't have our journey of dealing with our stuff. So we too need to always be on our journeys. But thank you for the question. Okay, I've lost sound. Okay, the sound has gone down here. I don't know why I can't hear at all.
Do we have any more questions from the audience?
You hear me, sir?
Yeah, I can hear you now. Yes. Thank you, Shelley. I can hear you now.
There's one more question that I wanted to pose. Can you talk a bit about, since we're running this through a college, about the role of public education in all of this, because that has become somewhat fraught. We've had a bill come through in the Oklahoma legislature recently limiting our ability to talk about race in the classroom. And I think those bills are becoming quite popular, particularly in certain kinds of legislatures. So do you think that public education should resist that silencing more vigorously? Is it part of our responsibility to take up that mantle?
Do you want the short answer or the long answer? I think wherever there is laws which are unjust, laws which exclude, we are called to resist. Whether we are in the education sector, whether we're in the faith sector, whether we are in the not-for-profit sector. We need to say, not in our name, not in our name. But we also need to not simply shout, but make the argument as to why it is important. In the history of South Africa, it was important for the academic community to resist apartheid. So it's equally important in the United States that people resist racism and the attempt to silence. Part of the very character of a university is to be a place where there's a festival of ideas, where people are able to listen, to debate. Archbishop Tutu always used to say, one of his favorite sayings was, in the face of injustice, don't increase the volume, sharpen your argument. So it's not a matter of shouting, but it's winning the debate in the ideas. But then if that fails initially, we still have to create the spaces where the academy can be true to its vocation, to be a university. It can't be anything which is off limits. And in a way, I think that in what President Biden said when he came to Tulsa, he is challenging the whole of the United States to reflect on its racist past and to galvanize itself to win this. We are the generation that has to go beyond the resolutions, the laws, to the substance, which is what we're fighting in South Africa. We have a beautiful constitution, but the challenge is to implement the constitution. But as I say, I think President Biden has, what he said at Tulsa a few days ago, I think paves the way for a new national conversation. And it's for the sake of our humanity, for the sake of the world, it's for the sake of the generations to come. Will future generations say, this generation sought to undo, unlearn racism and build the new bridges.
All right, Dr. Anderson, I have no idea why I was kicked out, but here I am back. Oh, gremlins. We don't have any more unanswered questions in the Q&A. So here's your chance, everyone. If you want to get to the head of the line, jump in and ask now.
And as I said, we will put up the YouTube version of my speech, and I'll send it to Tonya, the link to that, and we could put it on the chats for the rest of the conference so people will be able to see it and access it. Yeah, but as you say, the gremlins, the forces of darkness got in our way today. But however, the forces of light are going to triumph. We will not be deterred.
I have a question, sir. Thank you for your presentation. That was.
Thank you, Kelly. Your sound went for a moment. We lost you, Kelly. Can you put your question in the Q&A, Kelly?
We may have lost her. She may be trying to get back in. I'm not for certain.
She's coming back.
Okay, I guess the hamster fell off the internet wheel here in Chickasha, because now it's just going to randomly kick us off here. So that's where my technical difficulties are coming from. But I wanted to ask too, how do we encourage people, especially natives, especially indigenous people, who cannot or will not acknowledge their trauma and their pain? How do we encourage people to move on when they're in that frame of mind?
Well, firstly, I want to say that if we have had immense loss in our life from our culture, of our culture, and have been decimated over centuries, there will be a grief and a loss that is permanent. Just as in a very personal way, I will grieve forever from the hands I've lost, but it doesn't mean I'm consumed by it. And I think that obviously it's important that Indigenous people are in the driving seat of their own liberation and in their own healing. And I think if we seek to be allies and we're not Indigenous ourselves, we have to be prepared to listen and listen and listen and accompany and support and enable Indigenous people to say to us, this is a way you can support us. And often I hear different communities of oppressed people saying, go and help convert your people. Don't come to us. So sometimes the challenge is to say, it's like learning about the history of the United States, learning about the history from the underside, from those who have lost so much, educate ourselves as well. And I think also be humble as well in that, in that journey. And of course, when there are people we love who are hurting, just as the kind of, I think God feels that with the human family, and I think every parent at times feels that with a child. You want them to damn well get their act together, but sometimes you have to just love and love and love and support and be ready and open to hear when people say, there's a small way you can help us, not perhaps in the way you thought, but in the way that I think to accompany.
Well, that leads right into the next question that I have here on the Q&A. What do you think is a good way to set up safe spaces for people to tell their stories and for people to listen to those stories?
And I thank you very much, Cindy, for that, and for the person who asked the question. It is important to unpack what we mean by a safe space. And obviously, this is the heart of the work that we do as an Institute for Healing of Memories, both in North America and in many other parts of the world. And we'll be offering during this conference a couple of dialogues, but also a couple of healing of memories. And one of the things is to have ground rules. And that is to have spaces where what is said is confidential, where what you say, I won't repeat, unless you gave me permission. But also places that are non-judgmental, places where you will be believed. So I think it has to be very carefully set up. But I think there can be, when we all think about it, we can say in our intimate relations, are they safe spaces? In our faith community, are they safe spaces? Is the university a safe space? But we can also help create safe spaces by how we are prepared to listen to people in a non-judgmental and a supportive way, in which we don't advise people, we don't tell them how to live their lives, but we're there to give words of support and encouragement. And when people experience us doing that, they will find that those are indeed safe spaces. But it's also a journey of learning as well and acquiring those skills. But I say being prepared to step back and to listen, and not just to listen, but to hear with the heart, not just with the mind. And I think often the academy develops us a great deal in the head intellectually, but doesn't always help us to develop emotionally, to develop empathy, to develop ability to hear the pain of others.
There's one more question related to the classroom experience. How can an educator encourage students to question their privilege without putting them on the defensive?
Well, I think there's a lot of literature that has been written about that. Some of the books, for example, about white fragility, and I think we can look for texts that perhaps are not confrontational, but those of which we share. But if, for example, I am a white person talking to my students about white privilege, I could share what I've learned myself and the things I've had to unlearn, because then we're not accusing, but we are making ourselves vulnerable and then being able to encourage students to reflect themselves and to put themselves in places where they can do some unlearning. And those are places of listening and hearing.
All right, Dr. Anderson, that is all the questions that are in the Q&A feature.
Okay. We have the next speaker is Dr. Noel Jacobs. He is an assistant professor of pediatrics and a licensed health service psychologist in the section of general and community pediatrics at OU Health Sciences Center, where he serves patients with a wide range of chronic conditions. Dr. Jacobs has many years experience teaching and training undergraduates, graduates, and postdoctoral trainees in child psychology, as well as providing direct services and psychological testing to children and families. He writes in the area of living well and finding whole life regardless of health, and conducts research in areas of teaching effectiveness and quality of life over time in children with chronic illnesses. Dr. Jacobs, thank you for sharing your expertise with us, and please begin.
It's my honor to be here. I want to make sure that my sound is okay.
I think it is.
Okay, very good. I'm going to go ahead and share my screen. See if this shows up for you all. Does that look right?
Perfect.
Okay, very good. I'm talking today about the long-term social and individual impact of racism on children of majority and majority ethnic and cultural backgrounds. My original title was Children of All Backgrounds. And I realized after I sent that to Dr. Anderson that that sounded a little bit, I don't know, megalomaniacal. I have spent time working with kids and have also been on my own journey, which I will talk about in just a second. But the goal that I have for the talk today is to bring to the conversation the idea that our development is a development in every sense, and it happens all at the same time. And whether we realize it or not, it begins before our birth. So in a society that has racism, both at the individual and the systemic level, we will see the effects. And the effects actually can be seen in some ways in everybody in that system. That includes majority and minority members of a society. We will talk about the idea of interrupting the process of this at the end of the talk and beginning by chance a new way of working together in society to help both with health outcomes and quality of life outcomes for all of us. For disclosures, I have no relevant financial disclosures here. The content that I have provided and amassed is believed to be from public domain. No copyright infringement is intended for anything that I've used. So about me, I actually am humbled to come after Father Lapsley with his introduction and his talk about the journey that we share together as humans. I identify myself, I was actually born in Tulsa, raised in Oklahoma City, was really society and why I had some of the benefits that I had. As I have grown and had experiences, especially in education and in service work in the community, both paid and unpaid, I have been made aware of some of the things that have accompanied me in my life simply because of what I look like, where I was born, and the family that I was brought up in. As a recovering racist, it's my journey to learn. And some of the things that I'm talking about today are well within my wheelhouse. Some of them are part of what I've attempted to learn to do a better job as a psychologist and as a human. So I will make mistakes. I know that I will probably make some mistakes here in my talk, and I know that I make mistakes in my daily work. I try to be less racist with my families. that I work with in my clinic. I try to be less racist in the community. I try to be an active part of help. But all of us are on a journey, just as Father Lapsley said. And I hope you will give me grace, and I hope you will hold me accountable as we go through this together. I want to make the argument to you and to the community that racism is experienced individually and systemically for all people of all ages every day and in multiple ways. And if we worked to end it, we would all benefit. How did we get to this place where we need to think about this and work on it? We have a history that shows us how it has worked when systems of power came into contact with others, harmed them, and then needed ways to understand how they would engage in harm in the first place. All of us believe from the time we are young that there's a reason that we are here and that we are basically good. So when we engage individually and systemically in behaviors that harm others, especially individuals and groups for which we claim power, power of life over death, power of enslavement, power of subjugation over time, denial of rights, harm systemically in the culture around us, we have to figure out why we do that. Because as we lay down to sleep at night, we wonder who we are. Over time, we developed an argument for this, and it is in the earliest written down that we've seen in the 1600s, but moved forward rapidly through the 1700s and 1800s in Europe, and then in other parts of the world, including the colonies in the United States. This idea that there are different races of people. And it started with morphological differences, ways that we see each other different on the outside, places that we came from, languages that we spoke. And it was eventually turned into scientific reasoning, including examples like the Mankind Quarterly, which is seen as a very white supremacist journal of scientists writing in a peer-reviewed way, which is the standard for research, that allowed people to coalesce around this idea. Maybe there are innate differences in us, and maybe it is okay that people lead different lives, including lives with less or more average power and control over their autonomy because of these differences. A famous book that came out in the early 90s, The Bell Curve by Herrnstein and Murray, sought to codify this by way of using a well-documented approach we call intelligence testing, which came out of my field, the field of psychology, to say that different races of people, again, using a socially constructed term from a few centuries ago, to identify that some people are inherently smarter, more gifted in social abilities, in problem solving, and the ability to take in new knowledge than others are. Therefore, we will always have social differences, class differences, and rules that govern them. This became so popular that these ideas were not just advanced, but they proliferated. They became part of our political narrative. It was clear that from earlier on in our own country, we had already decided that it was okay. It was okay to kill. It was okay to take land. It was okay to subjugate and enslave peoples who were free. We now had, and this is in the late 20th century, we had, quote, proof, end quote, for the reasons that these things happen, and basically a narrative that says it's okay that we don't work harder to end them. These ideas came from the minds of educated white men. And as science coalesced around this in the United States, medically informed opinions from the early 20th century led to decisions like when it's okay to sterilize, when it's okay to forcibly remove children from their homes, when it is okay to keep systems of education and living separate. We blamed a lot of this on biology, the fields that my field has studied. A very human psychological maintained as good forces us to come up with one direction for us to feel okay about this. Cognitive dissonance causes us to believe that we are right and justified individually and as a group when there are group behaviors and group effects for our bad behavior, and to see the other that we have harmed as characteristically flawed. An example of this is believing I engaged in this behavior because of a situation. However, you, if you engage in this behavior, engaged in that because you're a bad person. So we find ways to sleep at night by saying, this is the way the world is, and it's okay. We have to live like this. So the question is, when you have a majority and minority populations, and the majority is showing this kind of power over others, and then justifying it after the fact by stated beliefs and flawed research that says there are reasons why these inequities are here, what does it do to us? Well, it does something to all of us. And one of the things that we can look at is biology and development over time. So I need to take a moment and go through a few definitions. Neurobiological development is one of the things that I will talk about. That relates to change over time in neurological pathways, beginning with fetal development through the lifespan, for our purposes of this talk until early adulthood at the minimum, that impacts all aspects of biological function, including, for example, our stress response, what happens in our body when we deal with stress, both in a momentary acute situation and related to stress over time in our body. Also, biopsychosocial development, which is the multisystemic embedded process of changes over time that interact with each other inside human experience and contain biological, psychological, and social components that are woven together inextricably. It is very difficult to separate one from the other. And we know as whole human beings that we recognize this in our moment by moment self-reflections. Lastly, racism. And I know this goes without saying, based on the fact that you're here for this conference, you already have some knowledge. I'm going to use this today to refer to marginalization and oppression of people of color based on a socially constructed racial hierarchy that privileges white people. It leads to a combination of systems, institutions, and factors that advantage white people and for people of color cause widespread harm and disadvantage in access and opportunity. It is a cause of both neurobiological developmental differences and ongoing biopsychosocial stressors. An example of biopsychosocial development systems is shown here from the perspective of mental health over time. Notice how these overlapping sections of the diagram account for aspects that are interactive, with mental health at the cornerstone. So if you look at the individual's psychological makeup, issues like temperament and basic learning, which we call IQ, which in itself is inherently flawed, is both biological and psychological. Temperament is something that we believe is partially formed in the womb, but over time it is shaped by our behavior and then the environment's response to it. Family relationships, on the other hand, come into that area that closely overlaps with mental health because it is both social and psychological in nature. When we think of behavioral relationship, the actions that we have for each other, that includes the way we talk, the way we solve problems together, the way we engage in conflict, the way we comfort each other, including physically. When we look at, for example, my children in my clinics, they have biologically driven problems that they come to our clinics to be helped with. Those problems may be biological in origin, but they have social interface. And that includes the medicines that we give them to help them feel better. I have a large caseload of patients that have immune and autoimmune conditions that cause them to be on medicines so that they can engage in everyday life like other children that suppress their immune system and make them more vulnerable to the daily wear and tear of stress and how it affects their immune system and even the way their medicines work. So these things are all woven together. We cannot separate them easily. And we experience this when we have a conflictual interaction with somebody, whether they have power over us in a social situation or not. We can feel that stress in our body. We may feel tired. We may have physical aches. A common one that my children have are stomach aches. stomach aches that happen during conflict. But at a deeper level, in ways that we can't even feel, our immune system becomes involved in that as well. So mental health, physical health, psychological health, social health, they all go together and we cannot separate them. So let's look at that in terms of racism. When we consider the fact that instances of racism, whether it is a microaggression or a micro assault, or whether it is clear mistreatment, overt racism in a classroom where a child is ridiculed, or a child is disciplined where a child in the majority culture would not be disciplined for that same behavior, we see changes over time in educational outcomes. Longer term, we see community life trajectory changes. We see that individuals dealing with racism on a daily basis have a higher likelihood of not completing education and not having the same work opportunities later in life. They're seen in different ways when they interact with people in the sidewalks, inside stores, inside halls of government. We see health, mental health, and well-being differences. We see the daily toll that instances of racism at the micro and the macro level have on a sense of well-being, self-empowerment, the ability to affect change, which we call agency, which affects mood, anxiety, depression, anger, coping behaviors that can become problematic, that amount to self-harm over time. And ultimately, we see changes in longevity. We see lifespans that are reduced. Individuals who have a lower quality of life in later years, even if they live as long as members of the majority culture. We also note that with the mental health issues that come into play related to race and the effects of racism, we see that when mental health concerns are present, youth and adults of color suffer longer with these mental health concerns, with less help, with less useful help, and with more sense of personal burden for the things that they are going through. The group impacts look similar, and they affect the longevity of communities and the health of communities and the vibrancy. And some of them are affected by the individual effects, and some of these things are affected because of larger systemic issues that Father Lapsley himself talked about earlier, including moments in our culture where racism has risen up and caused direct, sometimes immeasurable harm to communities of color, like the Tulsa Race Massacre, the Red Summer of 1919, where experienced violence and death and destruction of white people. We see that communities of color are more likely to be in resource deserts. We see them having restricted access to good education and healthcare. We see that they have limited human support systems around them, both geographically and socially, and less opportunity for economic growth to change any of the systemic pressures that they have already listed. So where does all of this start, and how might we interrupt it? We have to go all the way back to the before time, when we talked about the idea that children come into the world with some of that burden already on them. It starts right here. It starts during pregnancy. We know that women of color have lower rates. We know that women of color on average have more stressful pregnancies and are more likely to have preterm childbirth. Low birth weight leads to its own whole set of problems, including immune system problems, developmental coordination problems, respiratory problems, and in the case of many of my own patients, significantly higher immune system issues, including autoimmune conditions. Why does this happen? We know that individuals that have stress in their daily environments in acute moments and systemic stress related to differences in their access and support and community will deal with widespread health and immune concerns starting at an early age. And what this means for women of color who become pregnant is that they have higher rates of these issues affecting their pregnancy. We see chronic daily stressors affecting heart, affecting blood pressure, affecting sleep, impacting mental health, including depression and anxiety. We see changes in their motivation and, as we talked about earlier, sense of agency, meaning they feel less effective in accomplishing the things that they want and need in their daily lives. This affects the developing fetus. We know that neural development is the first platform, along with cell growth, that becomes the skin, the outside casing for the body. And that neural tube is greatly affected by stress hormones that are in the mother's system. The fetus is in a very vulnerable state during these periods, and immune cells rapidly develop after. As soon as the liver is formed, immune cells are developing there. And in the creation of the lymphatic pathway, stress signaling is already present in the fetus. So at birth, the stress response is already partially formed in the newborn, and that stress response can predict health, both physically and mentally, later in life. One example of this is the development of asthma in children whose mothers have maternal prenatal stress. It relates to glucocorticoid, which is a byproduct of stress, and the body's ability to try to handle it through the use of cortisol. We see that different hormone levels cause a greater risk for the development in asthma because of skewed immune development response. We also see this related to mood and anxiety disorders later in life, as the corticosteroid and corticoid processes, and this is actually known to be a little bit more pronounced in male offspring than in female offspring, affects the likelihood of the development of depression and anxiety later in life. After the child is born, through development, when the child is old enough to become social, we start to see other things. We know that related to social psychological development, and this includes the biological components of brain and neural growth. By 1st to 3rd grade, so somewhere between 6 and 9, we start to see that children pay close attention to and begin to talk about differences between themselves and other kids, and differences between groups of kids. We start to see the development of bullying and segregation on the playground, in the classroom, in the cafeteria. It mimics the type of bullying and segregation that we see in the larger society around us. Some of it appears to be learned behavioral modeling along the lines of theorists like Albert Bandura. We also start to notice researchers paying attention to this, even with live imaging, are seeing changes in brain activity over time based on these phenomena. We see this become clear in the teenage brain. From 2013, by Telzer and Associates, looking at faces, when the part of their brain called the amygdala, which is the arousal center, the part that we think about when we look at fight or flight, the fear response, the anger response, is neutral for African American and European American faces earlier in childhood. But there is actually a linear growth that shows a significant difference by age 14, where when white children look at African American faces, the amygdala is aroused. A potential excitement response that indicates the possibility of fear is present in teenagers when it is not present in childhood. And I want you to remember this. We will come back at the end of my talk to say a little bit more about this. Whereas there is no difference over time in the mean arousal state for youth looking at European American faces. We're seeing biological differences by adolescence that mean that white Americans are more likely to, just by seeing somebody of color, have an arousal response to that, which may predict a whole lot of the other behaviors that we see socially. If we look at this in terms of cognitive development in a social environment, what we see is this. For a child experiencing racism, we see that same recognition by first and third grade that there are differences between us. We notice morphologically, we start to pay attention to behavioral and social differences. Then, during this period of time, when a child experiences racist behavior, maybe it is racial slurs, maybe it is microaggressions or microassaults, maybe it is mistreatment in a social setting that is clearly different from the treatment that a child of the majority white culture receives, there's self-appraisal. They wonder, what is different about me? Why am I receiving this type of treatment when the white child next to me is not? That social awareness comes along with the stress of recognizing that this pattern is there. They react with biological change. We talked about the stress hormones and its effect on our bodies over time, including immune damage. Cognitive changes, that self-appraisal as less than, somebody around me has more power, more agency. These are rules that I was not aware of, or I'm becoming more aware of as I see that this is a repeated process. The emotional response, sadness, frustration, anxiety, and the behavioral response. How do I cope with this? The child is also paying attention to how the environment responds, both to that incident of racism and how they have responded to it. Was the racist behavior affirmed? Was the racist behavior challenged? Or was the child who engaged in it, or the adult who engaged in it, given a consequence? That has impact over time on where that child will see society going and will affect this in a cyclical way back to the idea of self-appraisal, self-awareness, and group membership. When we look at the child engaging in racist behavior, again, social modeling may have already been at play where they've seen adults do this. They have paid attention to morphological characteristic differences. They've looked at behavioral and social differences, and they're paying attention to themselves when they engage in racist behavior. Again, it is not that children develop without a conscience. We'll talk about cognitive dissonance and the role that this plays in this, but they appraise themselves after they at first experiment or develop a pattern of this behavior over time. They're aware of their surroundings. What do the majority kids do when they engage in this behavior? What do the kids of color do when they engage in this behavior, and how do the adults react? They might feel guilt and shame. They might feel pride in their agency because they've expressed power. And then they pay attention to the adults around them. Was their racist behavior affirmed? Were they wonder, am I a good person if I engage in mean behavior? Because there's some level of awareness of this. We believe that this awareness stays with them, but they can dampen the effects, they can quiet the voice. So the question becomes, can I sleep with myself at night? Can I live believing this is the way the world is? I'm right to think that the way I do about these other communities. Am I right to protect the majority narrative and even to engage in this behavior as I move towards adulthood? On a regular basis, for members of minority communities, racism can create a chronic stress response. Now I'm going to venture into uncharted territory in this presentation. I'm known among my students to be technologically challenged at times, so we'll see if this works. But I'm going to show you a demonstration that is available and free that you can engage in to see what the effects are. Just pay attention to your own feelings. If you belong to a majority culture and you want to spend some time imagining the decision process that someone of color or someone in a minority community faces when they deal with these types of behaviors on a daily basis. I believe I have to stop share and switch over. So I'm going to switch over to this. Can you see this?
No.
We see a screen that says you have started screen sharing, but there is no content there.
Okay, let me try that again. Is it up now?
Still the same thing.
All right. I may not be able to do this. I'll make sure that you have the link, but this is an online game, and game is a word that I use, or they use on here, only to say that you make choices through and then you learn the outcome. Related to the accumulation of microaggressions and a culture of stress on the physical and mental body. You play by selecting a character, and that character, in this case, it would be a woman of color in an office setting, has to make choices based on the encounters that she has with members of her office that engage in subtle and not so subtle comments that make implications about who she is as a person, what her strengths are, why she might think a certain way just because of the color of her skin. And I hope that you'll have a chance to engage in that. I'll make sure that you have that. Okay, I'm going to go back to my PowerPoint if this works. Is this back up now?
No.
No.
Stopping sharing. How about now?
Still not.
Okay, one more time. And if not, I will give up. Is it up now?
No.
Okay, I apologize. I should never have attempted to make this change. With your permission, I will talk quickly through the rest of this and switch it over. Okay, so are there protective factors in childhood? Absolutely. We know that stable household income, 2 present caregivers, positive community and religious supports, positive home and school life, and a positive view of self from an ethnic and cultural perspective matter greatly and can protect against some of the biological and over time psychosocial harm that comes from racism in society. But these are all difficult because ecology is central and systemic. It's an ingrained societal issue that racism makes some of these protective factors difficult to obtain or to change in a larger sense. Ecological development in context matters to all of us. Exosystem where our parents work, the types of daily lives that they have, the people in the community that they encounter, the issues of racism that they encounter themselves, and the larger macro system around them. What are the majority shared cultural values, beliefs, customs, and laws, including customs and laws that affect members of minority groups? We see barriers to care for the very things that we talked about related to health and mental health outcomes. We see an overdiagnosis of mental health and behavioral concerns by the majority environments on children, adolescents, and young adults of minority environments. Our history, even within psychology, is one of over-pathologizing practitioners trained in majority theories, theories of psychology and medicine that were Western European in ideation and grew at the same time that racist ideology grew. We see communities blaming parents, and we see majority communities blaming minority communities for the problems that they encounter that negatively impact child development. We see inappropriate and harmful interventions, both medically and psychologically. And we see a lack of providers that are out there that belong to the ethnic and cultural groups of the minority communities that they try to serve. We need more members of diverse communities so that members of those communities have more choice when they reach out for help. All of this makes getting real help and effective help more difficult. Science can be part of the solution. Even before horrible research like the bell curve came out, books like The Mismeasure of Man by Stephen Jay Gould were showing that intelligence testing itself was deeply flawed racially. By understanding that many of the items in these intelligence tests were already culturally, educationally informed, meaning they were learned ideas, learned knowledge, not innate abilities. We saw a proliferation of this after The Mismeasure of Man, where there are countless arguments that come out against research that divides us by race and shows differences that are not there when you remove the cultural bias. We have new frontiers in areas like behavioral genetics that show us, for example, the way the life of a woman and the trauma and the daily stress that she goes through affects her biology and her pregnancy in ways that biologically affect her offspring. This brings us to the place where we can learn how to provide better care and get to the place where we can prevent problems in our society that cause these kinds of harms based on racism. Majority society, however, has to face this. And remember, majority society is still dealing with the fact that it has benefited all this time. Greater economic outcomes, better levels of agency by the oppression that it has created in the past. And when appeal to compassion and understanding of harm to marginalized communities fails, we have to have other arguments at our tool chest. One of the arguments is the appeal to self-interest. We know that the impact of the Tulsa race massacre did not just affect Black Tulsans. It affected all. The overall net worth of every single Tulsan would be higher now had it not destroyed the lives and the livelihood of Black Wall Street. We know that estimates of Black Wall Street's hundreds of millions. And some experts believe that the incredible economic engine that Black Wall Street had means that growth out of Tulsa and across the nation could mean that Black Wall Street's impact could be in the billions by now, had it not been destroyed in 2 days in 1921. There's a great article that came from the research of the University of Rice, Kinder School for Urban Research, shows that racism hurts white workers in the United States and drops the economy valuation in our country by $1 to $1.5 trillion every year. Racism hurts all of us. And it hurts us biologically. That cognitive dissonance that we talked about raises chronic stress levels in white Americans. And some studies show a health impact on that over time, such that white Americans would benefit from being actively engaged in ending racism in our country, working on reparation, working on understanding each other, and reformatting our society to have true equity for all of our members. The way forward, research is best in this in the area of development, saying that that limbic system research that we saw with the amygdala of adolescence, children who grow up in truly diverse environments show a significant change over time. And that is that the amygdala response for African-American faces actually goes down and stays below the average for white Americans, for those white children who grow up in truly integrated cultures, surrounded by peers that are diverse, recognizing and having daily experiences with people that help them understand what we share in common and prevents the formation of harmful ideas of race and differences between us. We need systemic engagement. We need not just children immersed in diverse culture, but people of all ages immersed in diverse culture. We need members of the majority culture engaged in systemic change, speaking up politically, speaking up in the street, showing youth that this is what white people do. We stand up for all. We stand up for minorities that have been harmed. We stand up to untruths that have been perpetuated in our society. We bring down the stress level for all people, including that white majority, when we engage in these kinds of behaviors from early childhood. One of the most significant things that we can do, support and protect Black women biologically related to chronic stress from racist attitudes and engagement in their daily society, and protect them during pregnancy. We know that when they have better pregnancies, their children can start to move backwards in that level of multi-generational, systemic, epigenetic change and have the futures that they deserve. That benefits all of us. And in my mind, most importantly, it brings up the benefit for the people who have been harmed from the time we began this culture. Thank you.
All right, Dr. Jacobs, we have some really good questions in the line here. So I'm just going to start with the first one for you.
Certainly.
In the absence of universal health care, which clearly we do not have, do you think that subsidized health care for historically disadvantaged people, perhaps especially Black women, as you were just mentioning, should that be part of our reparations conversation?
I absolutely believe that it should be part of the conversation. And it's important to note that we need a particular kind of health intervention along the issues of health. And I would say the same thing for mental health access. Mental health access not only needs to be there, but it needs to be culturally appropriate. It needs to be informed by members of the cultures that have been harmed, their traditional understandings of self and well-being, and provided a feedback system that is sensitive and attentive to being off. I mentioned that I myself make mistakes. All providers need to be aware of and ready to improve themselves over time for the communities they serve.
Thank you. You spoke a minute ago about how children who grow up in a more diverse environment have a less of a chance to go through that chain of progression about seeing faces and their racist attitudes. On a more individual level, do you have any advice for us about what to say to our individual children when they see a face of a different race, a person of a different color? How do we actively help our children through that process? Mm-hmm.
So there was a lot of attention paid decades ago to the idea that we should work, it is harmful. It's great for kids to recognize it. It's how the brain works over time to start making sense of the world. So differences will be noticed and they'll be discussed. How we engage in conversation really matters around differences. This is the way we do our daily life, but we want to see how people do things differently as well. So engaging in cultural opportunities. And I'm sorry, my slideshow actually showed that. In engagement, we want kids to be playing in diverse play groups with kids of different backgrounds, different skin colors, different cultural daily lives, and having conversations about how these things matter and how they are good and to be celebrated. We want to have parents that are informed enough to have positive conversations at the dinner table. We want teachers to be talking about this in the classroom and representing different points of view from different traditions as early as kids can have those conversations. we have to be honest about the fact that because systemic racism is still at play, we need children to be aware of that. And the way to help them be aware of it, but not be negative and give up or feel like the world is destined to be bad and harmful, is to say, and here's how we're working on it. Which of course means that parents need to be engaged in that process. I encourage all white parents, members of white communities, to be paying attention, learning, and getting involved as quickly and as actively as they can, so that that conversation becomes more common. Because we can't just stay where we are. We have to move forward, but it takes active involvement, and it takes engagement with, listening to, being followers and direction takers, as opposed to direction givers at the microphone. And our kids need to see that.
Thank you. Here's the next question, kind of a two-part question. First, is it fair to say that the trauma of racism is intergenerational on a very biological level? And if that is so, what does that mean for long-term public policy? If the trauma of racism is inherited biologically, what does that mean for putting public policy into place to make change?
The evidence that we have so far is absolutely. We call methyl markers to the outside strands of DNA, and those stay on. And it appears that they are environmentally reacted through experiences that may happen to the child growing up, such that, and I spoke about this just at the very beginning, the stress response of children whose mothers have endured trauma is more likely to show the negative health aspects, the faster arousal, the more involved immune behaviors that may lead them to health concerns, but also leads them to mood and behavioral difficulties over time as well. So public policy should be informed by that. We should be looking at the fact that reparations is the beginning, and systemic change in policy, in healthcare access and appropriateness of care, in educational service, the fact that children that grow up in minority communities are far more likely to have impoverished and under-resourced schools. Schools need to be equitable. We need children in Edmond, Oklahoma, to be getting the same educational supports that children in Northeast Oklahoma City get. When we see that kind of equity, when we see the support that is there, when we see the involvement of the community in the daily health of a school, we will see differences in children over time. Public policy has to inform things like that, because in the end, purse strings and political decisions are affecting our communities.
Thank you. Here's one more. Could you talk about some of the pitfalls in general of using race, ethnicity, or ancestry in scientific research? What do we know about how badly that can go, or what the role can be in a positive way?
Absolutely. It has to be done carefully. We can't get past the fact that people groups have been disparately portioned out support, freedom, treatment by society over time. So to not look at it at all means that we have less tools at our disposal to make society more equitable for all. We know that intergenerational harm has happened, and entire people groups have been left out of the conversation about resource support and health. So there needs to be some discussion of the way history has played a role and people groups have been affected. It is very possible to look too much at race, too much at ethnic background. Race as a constructed idea created artificial lines between us, but those artificial lines led to the harm of real people groups that are clear. So we can't ignore it, but the way to make it positive is, again, bring the people whose communities have been directly affected to the table to speak about this. Bring history to the forefront, make clear that the history is well researched, and critically evaluate it from that standpoint of the way it presents people and people groups. And we need to do the same for
Okay. Are we finished with questions?
That's the last one that I had.
Okay. Dr. Jacobs, thank you so very, very much for that enlightening presentation.
It's my honor. Thank you for having me.
Oh, thank you. Next, we're running a little bit behind schedule. Jonathan Perez is scheduled to speak next, present next to us. We have kind of 4 or 5 minutes before Mr. Perez starts his presentation. So if everyone wants to take just a tiny break, Mr. Perez, that can give you time to get your material set up. And everyone, I apologize for the internet. The internet gods are not with us today. But we'll trudge through regardless. Our next presenter comes to us from New York, Mr. Jonathan Perez. He served as a senior assistant district attorney for Brooklyn, New York, in charge of social and procedural justice policy. He founded online racial justice training after the murder of George Floyd. The training is aimed at contextualizing racial injustice in history and law for schools, lawyers, institutes supporting racial justice agendas. He has conducted extensive workshops and lectures promoting training for better equity and diversity decisions within the American justice system. Mr. Perez also teaches courses on law and communities of color at Wesleyan University. Mr. Perez, thank you for joining us today.
Thank you, Ms. Anderson, and thank you everybody for having me. I'm going to now share some of my slides, and feel free to chat during the slideshow if there's any technical errors. I'm now, hopefully everyone can see that. I'm going to kind of tackle this from a similar direction that we've been going on systemic inequity and the history of structural inequity from a law perspective. When I say law, I kind of mean a specific kind of narrative, a design, if you will, of laws that have been over America's long period of time, disenfranchising and affecting people of color. So I noticed, and I'll give you one quick story of kind of why I started actually. You know, I grew up, I'm Latinx and white, but when I grew up, I was kind of disenfranchised from both groups. And I think there's that experience out there in the United States of kind of being touched by systemic racism at different points in our lives, that it's kind of not just you're born one way and then you experience it. So I experienced it with my father, who had housing instability, right? So I was a criminal prosecutor in social justice, diverting cases, and I thought it was something that I wanted to do my whole life. And kind of right after George Floyd, right, I experienced this situation where I was taking implicit bias training. So everyone knows implicit bias training, that we have this kind of unarticulated, you know, unconscious bias in different circumstances, with an event that I saw as systemic bias. I started to distinguish the two. And this event was as follows. I'm in you can imagine a boardroom of lawyers, criminal prosecutors, and George Floyd kind of just had happened, and someone walks in with a pin, right? Like a pin on their lapel, and it says, "All lives matter." And I started thinking that that person doesn't necessarily, understand the context of the moment, right? The kind of racial moment we're in. B, isn't really witnessing it. And really, most importantly to me, doesn't see me as a person that might feel that's a microaggression, right? Like that feels that I'm affected by it. And so to me, what happened was there's some system, right? Like there's something about the space itself that empowers that person to feel comfortable wearing that, right? Like, and feel comfortable kind of, projecting that. And so I quickly actually ended up leaving the office, starting my own practice, and now I'm a teacher at Wesleyan as well. So what I want to do today is I want to tackle this from a more experiential place using history and the law. So I'm kind of talking about this idea of witness and the transformational power. So for example, reading, when you read a book or when you're reading an article, and actually Rhonda McGee, I don't know if anyone knows Professor Rhonda McGee at San Francisco Law School. I highly recommend her writing, but she talks about racial healing. So she has this great, meditation or suggestion that when you're home, if you're looking at a photo of a white police officer in Black Lives Matter and kind of and starting to think about what that brings up for you, right? Like, what does that image bring up for you? And that's how we work through some of these ideas of racial healing. For me, it's actually reading poetry. So I started to put together the slide deck, which I've done a few times, thinking about how do we experience social justice, right? Like, how do we experience history and systemic, like really experience systemic inequity? So these are just some, I repeat this throughout, but these are some suggested practices, right? Kind of where do you live? Like right now I'm in actually a place called Flagler County, Florida, which is has a ton of histories of colonization and the colonization and enslavement of people. What do you do? Like, what do you do in your area? What is your own systemic history, right? Like, so where I come from, it's usually seen that we all are touched by the same history, and then for some reason, if you're white or et cetera, you're not. But as some professors have said, no one's from Whiteland. There's no place on, right? There's no place on the map, right, that has that. And so we all, if you look at your great grandparents, at some point we're touched by law. It could be immigration law, it could be access to quality education. There's some systemic history that we're all touched by. Then I would ask, what is your own justice history? Like, how do you appreciate justice? And for me, it's really looking at, which I'll get to, it's looking at memorials. Memorials to the reckoning of US history. So what you're seeing here, and again, if anyone has been here, or you haven't, I would highly suggest, this is a friend of mine, was an architect on a project in Alabama, Montgomery. It's called the Peace and Justice Memorial. And so he built this memorial. Oprah was there, Brian Stevenson was there. And when I went there, I realized that there's 4 quadrants of US history that are encapsulated by this memorial. And so I just want to walk us through it, try to get a sense of where we are in that history, right? So you'll see these copper memorials hanging out. So when you first come in, you're having a relationship with the past. You're having a relationship with the past of slavery and this kind of, you're seeing yourself in position, to use a CR race theory law thing, the positionality. When you actually enter the memorial, you start to sit with discomfort, which is one of the second levels that we like to train people on. What does it mean to sit with the past? What does it mean to sit with discomfort? So this is actually quite interesting. I don't know if you can see it. These blocks have names on them and dates. They're the names and dates of criminalized, but usually wrongfully criminalized individuals who were actually suffered from lynching, right? And most of these names took years upon years to just find, right? Because the law and the counties where these occurred didn't memorialize, like quite literally in writing, the events that transpired that caused this, and even their names. So Brian Stevenson, of course, went to Alabama and went around the whole country, just chiseling in the names. But what I want to bring your attention to is that you can't really see it, but this room itself, right, has only 1 or 2 seats. So like if you're just visiting and you're walking through this memorial, you're forced to sit under the weight of the names, which is kind of interesting. And you're actually forced to sit with kind of the discomfort of history. As we're walking through, you start to, so of course, this is related to the era post-emancipation and even during Black codes in the South, but this is a Jim Crow era. There was a tremendous amount of private violence across the North and the South. In Brooklyn, where I'm from, this also occurred, right? As you're moving through, you're coming out of the bottom of this memorial. In the background, there's pine trees. And so the pine trees, this is the era 3, which is a representation of escape and moving north, you know, the Great Migration north. It also represents this idea of displacement, which we like to talk about when we walk people through history. So African Americans had a tremendous amount of displacement in seeking jobs and industry up in places like Baltimore, New York, et cetera, moved from their original, Southern post-emancipatory environment. And so one of the things that I've noticed as, you know, a living person, but also working in an urban environment, the public housing projects and kind of the way that urban centers are built tend to be very isolated. There's, you know, a lot of scholars talk about the Black isolation, but to really experience it yourself, and walking through the memorial, seeing that levels of displacement is really something. This is the final stage. You'll see here that these, I think they're copper, but the copper blocks, right, are lying on their sides. The reason is that there's a legal procedure that this is a living memorial that was set up so that counties where the event occurred, right, the trauma, as a reverend had said, the trauma, they have to do a certain amount of reparations to even reclaim the names, which is actually quite interesting, right? Like, so what you're seeing here is actually counties that haven't done the work to reclaim the names, right? Because once they're reclaimed, the county will take this block and put it somewhere in the town or the city. You know, it could be in the town square, it could be somewhere else. And there's also a certain amount of political visibility, right? Like, is it in front of, I don't know, Walmart? Is it in the center? Is it in the, you know, I don't know, behind the CVS, right? So what I like to say is that these 3 steps of being able to sit with, you know, position yourself with our past, our collective past, sitting with the discomfort of legal history and that this was a sanctioned trauma, being able to be displaced and actually understand someone else's perspective, and then reclamation, just being able to reclaim it and positively have ownership over it, is summarized by this this memorial in a lot of ways, those 4 kind of senses. So again, moving back to this slide, this is a practice that I'd like to kind of engage with, is understanding our own, you know, what's the history of, you know, pre-emancipatory history in your area? Are there memorials? Like where I am now, I'll be running on the trail and I'll see a memorial to the past. How is it being identified? There's been, you know, unfortunately, like quite a bit an amount of violence, even on memorials, quite recently, in which they're defaced. I'm sure in Oklahoma, you have the Tulsa Memorial. There's a certain processing that happens there. The word I like to privilege here is proximity. How do we remain proximate to this history? Reason I mention that word is there's a difference between proximity and contact. And the slide's in here somewhere, but essentially, if we're in contact with someone who has a different cultural experience or background experience, that is fine. But remaining proximate to racial injustice and equity issues is kind of a daily thing. You know, we can all kind of remain conscious and mindful of it. This is a picture from, so talking again about place and the transformational effects of systemic reckoning. This is called Weeksville, Brooklyn. I'm not sure if anyone, there's no way to tell. I had no idea what it was, but it looks like a homestead in the middle of Brooklyn, right? And it's called Hunterfly Row Houses. It's the oldest, wealthiest African-American community in the United States, and it happened to be actually in Brooklyn. It was the site of the great abolitionist newspapers and intellectuals. And what happened is the city was digging to build new housing, and they uncovered this great archaeology, and it's now there in Brooklyn, the Weeksville Heritage Center. And so to me, it remains a site, a safe haven of culture for the US, but an African-American culture. It was also one of the sites during the race riots of the 19th century, during a period of time when voting was mandatory. I'm sorry, let me step back again. When entering the army was mandatory, and if you were white, you had to pay a fine if you were trying to not fight. And if you were African-American, yes, I can put that in the chat. If you were African-American, you were excluded. So what happened in New York was there was a race riot and lynchings occurred in New York. I'm just writing the chat, the National Peace and Justice Memorial in Montgomery, Alabama. And of course, this Weeksville was a safe haven for the community. So turning to history, what is really interesting to me, if anyone's a history nerd or a history buff, there's a way to see history as two narratives, the dominant narrative and the systemic narrative. So let's consider what we're talking about. If you're a teacher, I've taught for a while, we have the independence from England, right? The Revolutionary War. Liberty is the dominant narrative. We have liberty. Again, there's a systemic narrative of the triangle trade and of enslaved persons and slavery. Emancipation, we celebrate emancipation as we should, and the 13th Amendment. But again, the systemic narrative during that time was of racial terror, quite literally, private acts of violence that sometimes were unaddressed by law. The civil rights era, there's a great professor, Brian Purnell, who I studied under, talks about Jim Crow in Brooklyn, and he's basically claiming that Jim Crow never ended at the end of Jim Crow, that it actually, segregation continues to this day. It's just the haunting futures of Jim Crow. But if you think of the civil rights era, of course, we have equality. Systemic narratives are urban renewal, and what I mentioned is the Black isolation. And this is a very, very important point, and this goes back to kind of what I was saying about systemic reckonings and language. I think the most important thing today for any movement or any kind of racial justice paradigm is to focus on equity, which is actually distinct from equality. And the way I would like to think of it, equality is as a legal premise, as an individual basis. So you cannot be discriminated against, right? In housing, in education, when you apply for a loan, right? Equity is the mass effect of systemically unequal laws and policies. So for example, mass incarceration or mass policing, the effects we've seen throughout the last couple of years, if not before, in George Floyd. These are things that are occurring on a larger level with equity, which is a byproduct of cultural events. And equity cannot be healed with equal laws. There has to be something else. So I think today the most important, and you'll see this in other narratives too. So for example, obviously Black Lives Matter, but also even, I would argue, like Occupy Wall Street, the Standing Rock protest, these are all equity issues. So it's not necessarily that the Constitution, right, can protect the individual, but we need to change to achieve equity. I'm just going to quickly, I'm not going to read for the sake of time the whole poem. So, but just going back to poetry, there's something really important in this poem. This is a great poet friend of mine named Jericho Brown. The Tradition, it won the Pulitzer Prize. What I love about this poem are the italicized words. Aster, nasturtium, delphinium. We thought fingers in dirt meant it was our dirt. learning names and heat and elements classical philosophers said could change a stargazer foxglove. Summer seemed to bloom against the will of the sun. On this planet, that when our dead fathers wipe sweat from their necks, Cosmo, baby's breath, etc., etc. What I like about this poem, to me, is it has to do with soil and naming. So quite literally, the Africana diaspora, you can see in this poem. So aster, nasturtium, delphinium. I'm not a, what is it, green thumb? I mean, I like to be, actually. I like gardening, but this is the Latin, right? The Latin names, the anglicized Latin Western names. Stargazer and foxglove is the colloquial names that the kind of the US, names. And then Cosmo, baby's breath, is an allusion to self-named persons, and usually persons of color. So to me, the poem, and it ends with Eric Gardner and Mike Brown, and John Crawford, talks about what happened in that memorial in some ways. It sounds like everything is in the memorial, but if you see on the right, this is a soil sample in the memorial's museum of the individual who had suffered from lynching, the color of the soil and the soil taken from the time period it happened. And so quite literally, the soil contains the haunting resonance of systemic reckoning, right? And the way we name things, and you'll see this is really an aside, but in bird watching, quite recently, there's a naming event happening where they're renaming the birds because maybe the bird's name was a colonizer or someone using the name. So there's something called naming policies. And if you have time, maybe I could send it around. Yale came out with a principles and guidance around naming. There was a group that came out right around the time statues and memorials were changing and names were changing, and they had explicitly principles, right, that they abide by in doing these retrospective name changing exercises. The three that I memorized and that I thought were really significant in my racial justice work is non-erasure is the first, meaning nothing we do should erase the past, because there's still an importance to that and it could be learned from. The second is context, so historical context. So again, going to all lives matter versus Black lives, all this conversation, like Black Lives Matter comes from very specific policing, over-policing, and usually it's actually affected Black young men. But like when we start to go all crazy and say, oh, this matters, that lives matter, the context, you have to see the context, right? And then the third is process. So like there has to be a process. So if you're in wherever you're from on the call, you want to have a truth and reconciliation or systemic reckoning there, if you have a process for going about it, it creates lasting impact. So just going down, Michelle Alexander is a great scholar. I liked her opinion piece. That was actually from 2020, which she said the injustice of this moment is not an aberration, meaning, this has not come out of nowhere. It's actually been occurring since I was a kid, and there was Rodney King, and then of course the mass incarceration during the Reagan era and even before. So it hasn't come from anywhere, from nowhere. So what is witnessing? So I'm going to kind of try to end with witnessing. Witnessing is an experiential process that can see trauma and can see some of the events that are happening and remain truthful in the reports, in reporting, right? It comes from someone named Carolyn Forche, a poet. Actually comes from Vietnam, but Carolyn Forche talks about veteran poets who opened boxes and saw, these were veteran US veterans who opened boxes and saw documents of love poems written by Vietnamese soldiers to their sweethearts on the battlefield. And so they had to experience what witness meant at that moment. You're witnessing a real life, right? You're witnessing structural injustice, and it comes from kind of that context. So, today we're, really, at the far end of witnessing, but from borders to protests, just to develop a healthy practice in witnessing and in systemic reckoning is important. So can the law also be a witness? And of course it can. Poetics and social practice, what is a witness? What power does a witness have for history, for the moment we're living in, the lived history? From a legal perspective, this is kind of silly, but there's something called res ipsa loquitur. So if you're a personal injury lawyer, you see the banana peel, right? Like, oh yeah, just the banana peel, shows that someone got hurt because look, that was their fault. Someone chatted here, right? And so healing is a big part of it. So how are we witness to the moment in a very truthful way here? History itself has been really lived over and over again in the last couple of years. But for example, private industry, Wells Fargo had a market during the New Deal, which targeted Black churches. So again, when you're walking around a neighborhood, you start to see how the law is designed, a design of systemic injustice. And this is from a great article about reparations by Ta-Nehisi Coates in The Atlantic. And if you haven't read it, I highly suggest it. So again, what's our practice? Is there an erasure occurring in your area? How are we going to remain proximate to history? Is there memorials in your area? How does this work in your own sense of place? And is there a way to have voiceless images speak? Because a lot of times, a lot of what we're talking about, like you'll remember in the memorial, the names, these are human individuals that never had an opportunity to even have their names named. And this goes back to an earlier speaker as well, especially in Tulsa. I'm going to end with this is a poem by Hanif Abdurraqib, but he writes, how can Black people write about flowers at a time like this? He writes, dear reader, with our heels digging into the good mud at a swamp's edge, you might tell me something about the dandelion and how it is not a flower itself, but a plant made up of several flowers at its crown. And Lord knows I have been called by what I look like more than I have been called by what I actually am. And I wish to return the favor for the purpose of this exercise, which too is an attempt at fashioning something pretty out of seeds, refusing to make anything worthwhile of their burial. Size me up and skip whatever semantics arrive to the tongue first. Say, that boy, he looked like a hollowed out grandfather clock. He looked like $1 million God with a 2-cent heaven. Like all it takes is one kiss, and before morning, you could scatter his whole mind across a field. So going with the same metaphor again, the dandelion is seen as a weed, right? Or it's seen as a very common flower, but in this case, it's a crown, right? It's the crown of a royalty. And reclaiming this person's history, whoever the speaker is, we're not assuming it's the poet, is a process of looking into the soil and a process of rebirth. You could spread me out across the field. And so I would again mention that this paying attention to history and also memorializing and healing is how we move forward. So with that, I'm going to end a little early, but I will say that I started, we run workshops, Justice, Equity, Design, and you could find me online. We have a course at Wesleyan called Designing and Building Institutional Anti-Racist Spaces, and we've been doing a lot of systemic reckoning work for institutions across the country. And I'm happy to answer any questions, and I'm so, it's a privilege to be here with you all today, and I hope that was somewhat helpful. Thank you.
That was great. Thank you. I've got a couple of questions from the Q&A for you. How do we help change the dominant narrative, especially through the law, when it was originally structured to protect caste differences?
That's a great question. I mean, I don't think you have to speak as a lawyer even in this circumstance. A lot of what I like to teach or talk about is that law is usually the lived experience of people and how they describe that experience. So for example, someone might say, this isn't right versus this is just the way the law is. There's impact litigation that changes the law, but it really starts with the narratives we construct. So like, what's the story of the laws? So like, for example, what's the story of, I'll give you an example, sanitation pickup, sounds crazy, in Bedford-Stuyvesant. Well, there was a big protest a long time, well, not a long time ago, in the 70s, that sanitation pickup in a predominantly African-American area, right, was, I think, twice a week. And in the white, it was mostly Italian-American area of Marine Park, it was every day of the week. Okay, sounds like not a big deal. They go to the Department of Sanitation and they say, can you please help have equality here? And of course, the answer, which is really common, is that it's a product of it's a human element. So what does that mean? It's blaming people for littering, which is not the law, but it shows how perception and policy can be racist, right? Or racially discriminatory. So they went back and they said, no, it's not littering. This is really because of difference, a perceived difference. And of course, eventually the group was called CORE. It's an activist group. They were able to have everyday pickup, and even though it sounds small, that does affect everything to do in an infrastructure of a neighborhood. So those are the kinds of acts and lens on language that can really help us achieve equity.
There is a question in the chat. I don't know if you want to read it or if you want me to read it out loud.
Yeah, let's see.
No, I can't post in the Q&A for some reason.
Sure,
About truth and reconciliation commissions and whether they've been successful in implementing restorative justice.
Yeah. Are the sufferings of the traumatized alleviated when perpetrators ask for forgiveness? That's a great question. I think the answer might be twofold. So a lot of times I do a lot of restorative justice work. I think a lot of truth and reconciliation does restorative justice work, but it also has some bearing on procedural justice, which is just to say that the system itself, like whatever the system is, if it's the court of law or the implementation of an unjust system, is perceived as fair. The best examples I could think of are ones in which the home institution actually takes ownership over its traumatic past. So for example, I've been working with the New York City Bar, which is, Lawyers Association, on an imperfect history document, which is essentially showing the foundations of the institution, which usually is predominantly male and white, and then showing how over time it changed, but there's real reclamation over its founding. Maybe it's posted on the website, or maybe it's not put in the in the back drawer over here, right? And so a lot of, I think, big institutions are scared to kind of do that work, but it actually is restorative, because what it does is it starts to, I think Brian Stevenson had said, you shed light on the past to be able to move to the future. You have to see what happened. So a lot of I think the work is great. I think it could be done at a larger level at institutions across the country.
Awesome. One more that I'll throw out here from the Q&A. Your presentation very wonderfully kept coming back to poetry. And especially in higher education, we tend to center our conversations about racism and our social world in the social sciences and not in the humanities. What do you think the advantage is of recentering that conversation?
Yeah, thank you. That's like awesome. I mean, that's it tees up everything. So I had a great experience, I think, a summer ago, pitching to Wesley in a class called Social Justice Poetics. So essentially what we did is we didn't look at, a defined historical period or defined set of writers, but we saw usually predominantly writers of color, but also women writers, other ethnic writers from Mexico, used language to talk about social justice. So how does a poem create its own definition of social justice? And I think I can't drive this point home enough, but curricularly, right? Like people are, I think that the discussion, at least from what I've seen, is that, oh, the pizza pie, like when you bring this writer in, this piece of pie goes here, and we're going to miss the classics and blah, blah, whatever. Creating a place of human empathy and social justice as a concept, you can trace that through many different periods of time. But to actually develop an intellectual landscape, like a real intellectual foundation for students to see social justice as an art is critical. I mean, because otherwise it becomes kind of very performative. Maybe it's like a one-off. So it's absolutely, I actually see law and poetry very much related. Like what the law doesn't do, the poetry does. And that's why I have 3 books of poetry and all this stuff. But, you know, I try to get that social justice consciousness out through poetry. So it's critical, absolutely.
All right, one more that I lost, period. So there we go. How do we become or remain proximate to history when history itself has been an object of propaganda?
So this is great. I think what I'll do is I'll give you an example. The difference between contact and proximity. So I'll give you a real life. So if you take, there's a common anti-racist technique that differentiates empathy and meta-empathy. And you'll see by analogy how this relates. So so empathy, right? Empathy is, I feel horrible for what happened. This is really bad. And it's me going on Instagram and posting the black screen and be, oh, Black Lives Matter, the screen, blah, blah, blah. Empathy. Meta-empathy is actually first starting with yourself and being self-reflective. So, the first step is, who am I? How do I relate to this design, right? This legal design. And then actually doing an action and not jumping to the post. So like volunteering, maybe supporting someone, however that looks, giving a donation. And so the reason I mentioned that is I think history can be similar, right? Like, it's like, are we learning history passively, like the empathy way? Or are we having a self-reflective moment and experientially when we're teaching and learning history? So like I learned my systemic inequity history by just seeing where my family has been touched by structures, legal structures. So if there's a way that people can do that and not rely on the dominant narrative, I think that's very helpful.
One last question here. Can you take a couple minutes and maybe talk about the law when it comes to voting rights legislation? Someone pointed out that Mitch McConnell just recently said that voting rights legislation is unnecessary. Sorry, I didn't hear. And maybe that's an example of someone pointing at law as an end in itself without any respect to justice at all.
Totally. I'm very surprised. I guess I'm not, but it is horrible. No, I did look. It's horrible, and there's no greater protection than voting, right? Like when the participatory design that America was founded on, participatory voting, and I thought this was over. Honestly, I mean, I did some voting rights work 8 years ago, but it's not, and this is probably one of the most central issues. And you saw from the last election, Georgia, Georgia, we mobilize, there's mobilizing votes. And what's happening here, thank you, what's happening here is really something that can be changed through just pressuring our representatives. A great book is called The Color of Law by Richard, I'd have to look it up. I'm not going to, Rothstein, thank you. I just remembered it. I thanked my own mind for remembering it. Anyways, The Color of Law, this, lays out from housing to voting, et cetera. But I really think it comes with an awareness. And I think as much as possible, we have to just rabble rouse. I mean, it is very serious. I appreciate that question.
Now we are grateful to have Ms. Suzette Chang speak with us today. She is an anthropologist, lecturer, community activist, and bridge builder. Suzette Chang is the founder and CEO of Thick Descriptions. Thick Descriptions provides education in science for kids during school breaks, sustainable diversity and inclusion training for educators and adults. She identifies and navigates opportunities to bridge gaps by investing in individuals, organizations, and corporations through cultural intelligence and scientific empowerment. Suzette, it is a pleasure to have you with us today. Suzette. Oh, let me see. Chris, could you take over for a second? I need to contact Suzette. I don't know if internet guys are being hostile right now.
Not a problem. Do you just want me to play some music for a few minutes?
For a second, yes.
Okay, not a problem. Let me get back to my Zoom screen and I will share here real quick.
Oh, hang on.
Yeah. Okay,
I think I just got a text saying that she is here.
Okay.
So Suzette, are you up and mobile? Okay. We can't hear you, Suzette. We are obviously experiencing some type of problem.
I think the problem is that she's in the audience, and she probably has to be moved to the panel by the moderator, I guess.
Okay. Shelley or Jennifer, can you help me out in that regard?
I am trying.
I just promoted her to panelist.
Okay.
If that
excellent.
works.
Perfect.
Okay. Thank God for more technologically savvy people.
Oh, I wouldn't go that far, but
Hey, everybody, this is cool. Okay, yeah, I could hear and see all of you, but for whatever reason, it didn't work, but we are here now. Thank you so much. And I too was really digging that music, especially the first song. So thank you for doing that. Hello, everyone. Thank you for this opportunity to talk with you and to you. You could have chosen to be any other place, but you chose to be here. So thank you. Let's see if I can't get this slide going so you all can see it. Can you see that?
No.
yeah.
Hello?
No, it's not available.
No, we can't see your screen, just you, which is good anyway. But
I appreciate and receive that, but the goal is to share the screen. Okay, so let's try that. How about that? Can you see that?
There it is. Yep.
Woohoo! Gotta love technology. Okay, so how racism impacts the developing child. Again, my name is Suzette Chang and I'm with Thick Descriptions. Yes, I am an anthropologist, and one of my favorite anthropologists is Zora Neale Hurston, who said research is formalized curiosity. It's poking and prying with a purpose. Another one of my sheroes is Toni Morrison, and I think her quote really sets the tone of no one talks about the moment you found out that you were white or the moment you found out you were Black. And that's a profound revelation. And so I ask you as we move forward with this presentation, that you think about the moment that you were identified as Black or white. Here in the United States, historically, it's been an or. So think about all of the various ethnicities that were not allowed to, be identified as who they are. They were put into a category of white or Black. The moment you find that out, something happens and you have to renegotiate everything. So as Dr. T said, I am with Thick Descriptions and we do STEAM, and I'll talk about that in a little bit. We do it for historically overlooked communities during school breaks to help bridge the learning gap. Today, we're going to talk about racism, not in its historic and contemporary contexts. And I heard a previous presenter really give emphasis to that word context because it's important. Its fluidity problematizes how children are able to understand and cope with racialized environments that may or may not acknowledge the existence of racism or how it manifests in concrete ways. So today we're going to talk about everyday racism, what it looks like for children, how they internalize it. Strategies and tools are offered to help them survive and thrive. And the overarching goal is today, let's figure out ways that we can heal. So as I said, we do STEAM. Most people know STEAM, the A is art. Art is a fundamental component of our learning journeys. The A for us is anthropology, and that focuses more on the methodology of how the STEM projects are offered. Influences, context, understandings, perspectives, and we weave all of those teaching tools into executing STEAM projects throughout the state of Oklahoma. Since 2015, we have engaged over 1,000 kids. The first picture is 3 kids being ethnographers, so learning from this seasoned adult about his experiences and his understandings. They lived in the same community for years and didn't have those understandings about each other. So just to give some idea of the 1,100 kids that we engage with, about half of them would identify as being in rural spaces and the rest would be in metropolitan areas. About 80% of them claim that they have native Oklahoman lineage. So about 20% of them say they are adopted Oklahomans. And so about 60% of them identify as being African American, 20% American Indian, and 20% of European American descent. So before going into this, as we've been doing these STEAM projects now for over 5 years, we're going into, this is our 6th year, our 7th year. And what became a constant reminder is how the adults in these children's lives, be it their parents, grandparents, family, biologically or not, how their experiences were strongly influencing these young people's minds. And so it caused us to do some research. And through that research, and this was a few years back, we came across this bill that came before Oklahoma was a state that basically supports that Oklahoma was meant to be an all-Black state. And so I do have a copy of this bill that unpacks how the legislators of that time were looking at ways of not only having European American governors, but also having an African American governor and also having an American Indian governor. And each one of those territories would be governed by those people of that particular color. Here are some census data as it relates to Oklahoma. So this is right around statehood, where you see the population of humans, be it white, Negro, or Indian. And so although there has been some pushback about Oklahoma being an all-Black state, it's clear that for a variety of reasons, Negroes or African Americans did come to Oklahoma. And in fact, there is documentation to support from various marketers, Edward McKay being a place to come, to be self-sufficient, to be anything that you could be, and without the assistance or support of European Americans. However, there was a problem, and Dr. David Chang, no relation to me, documents how it became a problem when American Indians were told to come to Oklahoma before statehood, hence the Trail of Tears. African Americans are invited to come here, and again, the reasons vary from being self-sufficient to it's probably not wise to stay in the deep South after slavery and emancipation. And then you have the land run of 1889, where European Americans came here. And in fact, it is still celebrated here in Oklahoma every year. It's called 89ers, in which mostly European Americans get together, and celebrate the land run of 1889. But there were already African Americans and Native Americans here. So this is a fairly familiar image for many, but if it's not familiar with you, and I'm sorry if the image doesn't come up really well, sorry, wrong way. Oklahoma was meant to be an all-Black state. And if you see all these dots here, you will see where literally each one of these spaces is identified as a Black town. The red dots mean that they are still in existence. The black dots mean that unfortunately they are not. But the number supports the documentation, the argument, the stories that Oklahoma was meant to be an all-Black state. So I'm getting ready to share an image, and I will connect its significance shortly. Well, actually, I can connect it right now. So one of the spaces that we do STEAM is in Boley, Oklahoma. And Boley is a historical Black town. It is significant for not only being a historical Black town, it was one of the first Black towns to have a post office, to have a train station. And before the turn of the 20th century, that was a really big deal. Regardless if you were a predominantly African-American community or not, to have those staples within your town, that was huge. And so for Boley to sustain that and be a predominantly African-American community, very powerful. At the same time, Oklahoma, specifically Boley, is in Ofuskee County. And Ofuskee County, as I said, Boley, Okemah are neighboring towns. And Okemah is and was and is, was meaning it practiced it, now meaning it's still on the books, a sundown town. And if you're not familiar with that term, sundown towns mean certain groups, primarily African Americans, Jews, were expected to be out of town by a certain time of these STEAM learning journeys, and we've been doing them in Boley now for 7 years. The adults that we have built relationships with, the most common, and again, I'm getting ready to show an image that is uncomfortable to look at, but it is the truth. It is the first documented lynching of a woman, and it happened here in Oklahoma, in Okemah. And so if you look at this image, it is 2 bodies hanging from a bridge in Okemah. And the story goes that these bodies were purposely positioned to face Boley. So Ofuskee County, Okemah is to the east of Boley. Boley obviously is to the west. And as they were lynched, their bodies were facing Boley to make sure that Boley residents knew that if you do or say or do not follow what we tell you to do, this is what could happen to you. And so as we have developed and maintained relationships with the kids, because we now have a cohorts, of children in Boley, Oklahoma, and developing relationships with their parents, these are the kind of stories that come up and again, although Okemah, to my knowledge, does not exercise being a sundown town, it is still on the books. And so those tensions, those pauses still exist. Another parent, or a couple of parents, excuse me, shared with us, instead of calling it Ofuskee County, he would refer to it as Oh Fuck Me County. And a reason for doing that is, as long as the residents of Boley, the adults of that time, stayed in Boley, they were fine. They were self-sufficient, very similar to the in Tulsa, the all Black town, Black Wall Street. Boley was very much the same, very self-sufficient. Just don't step out of this community. It's okay for you all to have your land, to have your post office, and to have everything that you have. Just don't come out of it. And if you do, don't do it. Definitely don't do it after sundown. So other things that came out of those conversations with these adults is the sense of survival. So common phrases were, oh, he or she, meaning their child, offspring, younger person in their life. Oh, if I can do it, they can do it. Or my grandmother or grandfather, whoever, they survived. So it was good for her. Him is just fine for that offspring. And the most common one was, we've always did it this way. We've always survived. We've always known that we live next to a sundown town. And in fact, Boley's in between two sundown towns. We have been self-sufficient. We have operated this way. There is no need to change. Not understanding that in that, and I push against the word choice, in that reality of surviving, there is not a lot of opportunity to explore what else could it look like for them. Excuse me. And so these were some other, during those conversations, though, these are some other words that came out, or other understandings that came out. Definitely fractured relationships. This need to adapt, to survive, to again, generational survival tactics. My parents and grandparents and my great grandparents did it, so we'll be fine. Victim, fighter, anxiety is a big deal. Definitely being overprotective. If others made it, then I can as well. Being emotionally detached, definitely distrustful. White supremacy, and a glue for this community that has and continues to exist is this shared stress. Again, remembering those images, or that image of the mother and son who are hanging and the maybe a wink here, and asking them what do they mean by that. Pursed lips when things as it relates to race or racism come up. There appears there are these facial expressions that are reflecting to memories of pain and hurt. Also, definitely these memories or understandings of being a very self-sufficient and self-reliant town, but also these definite hurtful moments of, as I said, the images and the stories that are connected to those, and non-existent spaces to address feelings. So when we had these conversations with different people, as it relates to their children, because again, their children are telling us things, and we're trying to get a better understanding of how and why this is happening, and realizing that most, if not all, the adults in their lives are carrying traumas that they're passing on to their children, and not truly understanding the impact of their nonverbal communication, their words that they're using, the stories that they're telling. It's just, it can be a very painful situation. And so a few of the questions that we position to these group of people is, do you consider yourself to be a survivalist? And if so, what would it look like to have a quality life? And most, if not all, could not unpack what that would look like. Most, if not all, never thought about what a quality life would look like for them. They claim that they don't have models. They have people in their life, be it present or that are no longer, or memories of those individuals. And those individuals were survivalists. They operated during the 20th century and even prior, where Black people stayed in their place. And so, although there have been countless, the internet and a variety of other influences have spoken to what it can look like, not having a clear understanding of how to transition or even hold on to surviving and pursuing a quality life, and how to make that sustainable. Those were the questions that we have presented to the parents and adults of our cohorts there. And we are looking at partnering with agencies that can help them to answer those questions. So over 80% of them claimed issues of survival, meaning assimilating within the context of language, having their white voice versus their non-white voice, being educated in geographic spaces and landscapes. So again, knowing that the ability to be free, to be human, to be all that they believe they can be within the town of Boley is granted, and knowing the histories and stepping out of those history, or stepping out of those spaces. It's not a situation in which they cannot purchase groceries or do anything outside of Boley. It just makes it, everyone, be it the children and the adults, they know about these histories. They have been told over and over and over again. And so it's not knowing how to be to have non-survival skills, or not operate in survival as often as they do now, and having relationships with those outside of Boley. So these are some of the kiddos that we have worked with in Boley, Oklahoma. Many of them now are knocking on the door of being teenagers. We do these, as I said, we do these STEAM projects during school breaks to help bridge the learning gap. For those of you that don't know, Oklahoma ranks as one of the less performing states as it relates to education. We have moved up a little bit, but we still do have quite a ways to go. Helping the exist within their spaces, it tends to be a very rich part, huge part of our STEAM learning journeys. What we have been doing is offering listening sessions for the adults and the children if the adults deem it appropriate, and helping them to unpack some of these topics such as whiteness without supremacy, untangling past and current traumas, biological, historic, linguistic, and cultural healing. What does that look like for them? They're clearly aware of it, but how does that work? And again, connecting with local and even out-of-state agencies of identifying ways to help that to happen. As anthropologists, when we go into spaces like BOLI or any space, it is not our job to tell people what they are. They tell us what's happening with them. We develop relationships, earn their trust. They tell us what's happening with them, and in return, we share with them what we see. And the adults that we've communicated with agree with this, that these are some of the challenges that they are dealing with. So I heard someone speak earlier about the color of the law. It is an amazing book if you haven't read it, very powerful. There is a book, if you're not familiar with it, called Sundown Towns. It really highlights how many sundown towns literally there are in this country. It is pausing to realize that although many of these sundown towns no longer operate like as they did in the past, they do still exist on the books. The Zora Neale Hurston, Mules of Men, and the Everyday Language of White Racism. Dr. Jan Hill really unpacks how white racism lives in literally most, if not all, of what we say and do, and have no idea that that's what we're doing, but we do. An Eloquent Rage, another wonderful book. My Grandmother's Hands definitely talks about African American experiences and how trauma is passed down not only through language, not only through culture, but through our body. It is literally in our DNA, is the argument of that author, and I tend to agree. Killing the Black Body, another wonderful book that talks about the experiences of African-American, mostly African-American women, by Dorothy Roberts. It's a little older, but still very, very much relevant to today. And falling into the lesbian world, although the topic is not necessarily relevant to the projects that we do specifically in BOLI, but it is an ethnography that unpacks the importance of a community telling you what's going on with them, telling you what they see, what they are challenged with, and identifying ways to support. And with that said, does anyone have any questions?
All right, I'm looking to see about questions here. For those of us who aren't anthropologists, could you talk a little bit more about that process, that line between asking people, for example, what a quality life means, and imposing that definition on them, and how anthropologists make sure not to cross that line?
I think a lot of it has come from having access to social media and the internet. I know for us, it is when different adults in different communities say this is what they see, this is what they would like to be a part of. Asking them, well, one, where did you get that information from? And where do you see us being a part of that journey for you? Again, a lot of it has been just listening. Just listening. So yeah, that would be a good start, is just being willing to be open to listen.
All right, here is one. With knowing the stereotypes of the South and with parents passing down the trauma of growing up in the South, do you feel that it holds children back from communicating what they are personally going through? What is the best way to approach children when you know something is affecting them? I guess that's a two-part question there. Go ahead. Do you see anything special about the South and those cultural barriers for children to communicate?
Oh yeah, there's a lot connected to the South. It becomes that fine line of, will I allow, in this case, the South to dehumanize me, or will I allow it to be a source of empowerment, or both? And it is truly a fine line. That's basically how I would answer that.
Here's another one. How can we encourage young people to channel their anger and take the political process forward without falling into anyone's hands? Not quite sure what that last part is referring to, but how do you encourage young people to channel their energy?
Through the STEAM process, definitely a lot of listening, definitely a lot of, this is what I'm hearing you say, let's move forward. But allowing that child the opportunity to express their anger. So this is 2021. So this had to be like 2016. We were in Bowley, and one of the kids, maybe 5 of the kids, their cousin had recently passed. And each one of them had on a t-shirt that had the cousin's face on it. And the cousin died due to an encounter with the police. And so it was at that moment that we realized, although the agreement was that we would offer STEAM, and I believe that particular topic for that STEAM learning journey was archaeology, we were not going to spend a whole lot of time on archaeology, because there was so much social injustice just by them wearing that t-shirt, and they were in unity with each other, that they were going to stand up and push against what the police were doing in a local town. And so it was making sure that we can make space for that to happen. And it ended up being, I want to say at least a half a day. So most of our STEAM projects are 8 to 5. At least half of that day, we sat listening as they expressed their anger and their frustration. A few even asked, well, what do you think we should do? And we said, well, you should definitely reach out to your legislators and let them know how you feel about this. There's a mayor here, there is a council here, let them know how you feel. From that, they did start a junior council. and started having those conversations as best as they could. I mean, these are tweens and teens, so yeah, there were some rocky moments. But that was our first experience in that particular community, where we saw not only trauma, but we saw they wanted to be advocates about social injustice.
Can you talk for a minute about assimilation and how it perpetuates internalized racism and how it, yes.
So yeah, and I just made well, I guess that was a verbal communication. Assimilation, it is not a cookie cutter situation. There are many people, and I will say African Americans, that believe assimilation is the best way to go. In my experience, that tends to be more seasoned adults that do that, because they come from generations in which the aspiration is to be white, not necessarily a white person. You too can have the American dream. You too can have. And so there's definitely an absence of systemic issues, of historical factors. There's more of a look at what I think I can obtain versus all these other factors that are contributing. I will say this, that regardless of ethnicity, I think we all assimilate in one way, shape, or form. It's just that, in my opinion, many African Americans, again, older ones, tend to do it a lot more, where the younger generations, they're just not having it. You are going to accept me the way I am and all of what I may be. And there are some risks that come with it. Most younger people are willing to take it. Some are not willing to take those risks. You're on mute.
Thank you. One more here from the Q&A. What do you think about the Oklahoma legislature's new law banning critical race theory? Well, I think we all have exactly that reaction, but talk more about that reaction.
I think they are a topical issue. Is I think that they are ignoring that white is a race. From a social construct, it is a race. And so if you are going to get rid of critical race theory, then that means we're getting rid of anything that's white too. But they don't look at it that way, which is yet another reminder that white and white, the term white, I only use that because that's what most of us use. White is a social construct. But white is the standard. It's the staple. So therefore it can't be erased or not talked about, because it's what we do. It's who we are. And many, if not all of us are working towards being white, becoming white, because it's the standard. I know quite a few legislators throughout the state that are working diligently to get that overturned, and I don't know how that's going to happen. But there is just such an uproar about it. Yeah, I do not support it in no way, shape, or form.
All right, one last here. How can trauma, do you think, be turned into a positive experience that confronts an
Say it again. The
I can
internet
try.
died.
Oh, I understand. How can trauma be turned into a positive experience that confronts and overcomes systemic oppression? Yeah.
It definitely takes someone that is I believe that chooses to be optimistic. And I use the word choose because it is a choice. For example, the pandemic caused a lot of trauma for not just African Americans, for everyone. Yet there are some silver linings out of it. One of those silver linings is most, if not all of us, were at home and saw how Mr. Floyd's life was ended. And maybe if we weren't at home, we wouldn't have seen it. So there are definitely some silver linings to trauma. It's being diligent to look for it.
Thank you. Dr.
We have presenter for today, and she is Reverend Cherie Dickerson. Reverend Dickerson is co-founder and executive director of Black Lives Matter Oklahoma and serves on the national board for the Women's March. She is a mentor to dynamic young movement leaders and an extension of her village of powerful women mentors and activist icons. Reverend Dickerson, I give you the floor.
Thank you so much, Dr. Anderson. And thank you for the opportunity, the honor, and the privilege to be in community with everyone who is here today. Thank you for your time. Thank you for your intentional listening, and thank you for your participation and for engaging in these very important conversations. I have been totally immersed in all of the amazing presentations that have been given thus far. I'm also learning, and I knew this, that when you're lower on the program, you have to continually do edits, because some of the things that you were going to present, those previous presenters, because they are so astute, because they are so woke, because of their brilliance and their genius, they share the information that you have planned on them. So they beat you to the punch. And I am never upset about that, because I think on issues like we're talking about today, there is never redundancy in speaking about how we can uplift, how we can encourage, and how we can unify and better blend community relations. And let's talk about relationship. My title today, which came off the hip, was Black Lives in Red Lines, living within red lines. That means that we got the blues. And I wanted to talk about some of the differences and what some perceive as difficulties being Black and Brown Indigenous persons residing in conservative spaces. Oklahoma, we just learned from Suzette that it was intended to be an all-Black state. And we know that Oklahoma also means land of the red men or the natives. And that is not what has happened. And we have seen celebration, as she spoke about, around 89ers. So how do we talk about stolen lives, stolen on stolen land? So I'm really hoping that those of you all that are hanging in here and are still with us will make this more of a conversation and discussion. And I think by getting to know one another and know some of the things that we are experiencing, and knowing your perspective and sharing life experiences, that is how we come to situations to where humanity humanity is achieved. Many people have spoken about the Black Lives Matter movement. When I think most of us are familiar with that, and there are questions about the difference between the movement itself, which in my opinion is revolutionary, and an extension of the civil rights movement and all movements around standing in one's own agency and autonomy as a person of color. I am Black. I am Indigenous. I have Latinx roots and lineage. I am queer. I identify as non-binary. I am a clergy person. I am considered a rebel and radical by some, and that does not offend me. And so speaking about the intersections that each of us has is also very important in understanding what makes the totality of a person, which I always say that my humanity nor anyone else's humanity is ever up for debate. So let's talk about some things that have been happening recent. We started out with a land acknowledgement, which is something that I always make sure that we have in any organizing event or moment that the organizations and affiliations that I work with is going to have, because it is important and it is relevant and it is appropriate to not give acknowledgement and recognition to the land. And I am on Chippewa and Wichita lands where I reside. And so I thank them for nurturing Mother Earth, which she continues to sustain each of us. May we learn to treat her as our beloved mother as she continues to sustain us. So I'm hoping that you all will add questions, and I'll have the opportunity to kind of pose those as discussions. I know it's a little bit more difficult when we're dealing with the virtual world, but I want to say I, for one, have enjoyed the ability to have access in a different form to people all across the world, really. And so if we have gained anything from this pandemic, we have learned how important connection is, conversation is, and we have, most of us, I am not a technology guru at all. That is why I did not try to insult you with my attempt of doing any type of PowerPoint. All of my discussions are generally relational. And I always sit in awe with those that have that skill set, that do such amazing presentations that also include visual aids. I am a kinetic learner, which means I learn through touch and feel and experience and secondary audio by what I hear. And so if you will help me today, let us talk about what it is like and your perspectives in living in conservative spaces, especially if you are a person of color. Until some of those questions come in, I'm going to go over some of the things that have not been mentioned several times in previous presentations. I was having a conversation with a friend who's also clergy, and we were talking about, she asked me, does it bug me or am I offended when people make statements like, oh, you're so well spoken. And I told her, as I have gone through the maturation process, it does hit me differently, because what I used to think was complimentary now also reminds me that there is a bias or a learned ideology that Black people, Black women, poor people are generally not educated, have lesser intellect, and do not have the ability nor capacity or opportunities to hone their skills simply to present in what people consider presentable or educated. And so that's problematic. That is one of those inherent biases that several people spoke of before, including Father Lapley that spoke first today. And she talked about that conversation also brought up code switching. And I don't know if you know what code switching is, but many people in melanated skin do this basically instinctively, meaning that we modulate or switch our vernacular, our discussion, our tone, even our behavior based on the setting that we're in. And this is a way that we also protect and survive within various spaces, especially in spaces that are more conservative. There was a movie called The Hate U Give, based off of the song Thug Life. And these young people, these young Black youth, went to a predominantly white institution, school. And so how they interacted, even within their homes and within their normal community, which was an urban community of majorly Black people, was very different from when they got to school. How they did their hair, how they wore their clothing. And people talked about, why is that necessary? Is that being fake? And in the movie, the young person says, no, it's how we survive. And these are things that a lot of our white counterparts never have to consider because they live and exist in a realm of safety that many Black people and our brown and indigenous folks will say, we'll never even understand how to relate to that because we don't have the privilege of having safe spaces. We have safer spaces. And a lot of times those safer environments are brought on with how we present. And so we code switch. I may even be code switching in this moment because this is not normally how I sit in community, in conversation with my crew, with my team, even with many of my coworkers, because we are of the same ethnicity, same community. Many of my friends all look like me, and so we do communicate differently. I'm wondering if any of you all share these same experiences and have ever thought about, is it tedious? Is there fatigue that you experience environmentally, physically, emotionally, or mentally from having to be a chameleon of sorts, simply to survive and to not deal with types of discriminatory action, behavior, discipline, and we have to change how we present in spaces, sometimes simply to be able to have access to resource and necessities. So let's kind of talk about what that looks like. Is there anyone that has any of those? And I have one that says, what strategies do I use to navigate conservative spaces? What has worked for me and what has failed? And so I will say that I am a third generation PK. And what that means is that I am the daughter and granddaughter, and actually great granddaughter of pastors or clergy. And I am myself an ordained minister. And so I think that there's an automatic expectation of some code switching, just simply because of my family and the craft or their ordained life path is the way that my grandmother used to say it. That we were, she said, many are called, few are chosen, which is scripturally based. But she said that the preachers' families and the pastors' families have an expectation of how they present, and that that those in those types of public occupation live in a glass house. So people are always paying attention to what we do, how we respond to travail and to times of danger or grief. And I know in our communities, we're dealing with a lot of grief right now. So I will talk about how I have navigated within those spaces. We're still in the middle.
Can I interrupt for just a minute? I hate to interrupt you. As
Yes.
people are popping up and typing comments into the chat, I'm moving them into our group of panelists so they can actually talk with you.
Okay.
So if I've moved you on over and you want, because I think the Reverend has invited discussion. So if you would like to pipe up, then do that.
Thank you so much for that. And please be mindful, I am a third generation PK. And so I'm quite loquacious. So never have a problem with interrupting and interjecting in this discussion. I accept that and am willing to have someone tell me to be quiet.
Okay, I can't contain myself. And I'm going to take advantage of this. About 6 weeks ago, actually it's 2 separate incidents within a 2-week period that began 6 weeks ago. First was near Wellston. My folks have a farm there, okay? My dad is 80 years old. My mother's not too far behind them. They were going to check on their cows, right? And it was at night. They get stopped. My dad is 80 years old. He's one of those people that, you know, he's not speeding. Okay. They get stopped by the police. And, you know, a gun is drawn on them. They didn't do anything wrong. There was no tickets issued, but a gun was drawn on them. In Logan County, same thing, you know. And my question is, when you do the right thing and you still have few safe spaces, what do you do?
Dr. Anderson, first, thank you for sharing. I want to tell everyone that I am hoping that you understand that this is a safe space, and that whatever you choose to share and be vulnerable will be honored and respected. And I'm not going to take this, and I'm going to ask everyone to keep this within this discussion and kind of make that a community agreement. How many times, Dr. Anderson, and to everyone here with us, do we hear about these very same situations? There seems to be such bias based on melanin that it does not matter whether or not you are a 5-year-old or 3-year-old child, or an 80-year-old or 95-year-old elder. You can still be met with a form of state-sanctioned violence and disrespect. And many times, those that are having interaction with law enforcement have done nothing wrong. They are law-abiding citizens. They are simply driving and have to deal with the trauma. And now, as parents and grandparents, we're having to prepare everyone in our family of how to survive those interactions. And so how do you make it? They tell us to, we have the right to remain silent, but sometimes we've seen when a person does not speak, the results end in a fatality. When a person of color tries to respond or obey, the officers will make statements like, I thought they had a weapon, when it ended up being a cell phone, a sandwich, a Bible. And so I have not come up with the correct response because we have to be prepared to respond to that law enforcement officer in that moment based on how their mood is and their bias and their racism and their feelings of white supremacy, which often is very volatile and violent in the moment. One thing that I have done, and I get stopped a lot, I've accepted the fact that I probably come up to what I refer to as being harassed. And I live in a community that is over-policed. But I speak my emotion. And I'm very demonstrative, but very strategic when I respond. I have my hands up. They are on they're on the steering wheel as you have instructed. I am afraid to reach and get my driver's license out of my purse. I am not armed. All of these things. And sometimes it's still not enough. And so what we do is we do hold forums where legal representatives, attorneys, paralegals, even some judges and former judges, people who work within the judicial system, and people who have been within the law enforcement entity talk about how to survive. I often always encourage those, if you have those type of experiences, make sure that you get the officer's name and information, and do file a complaint because you have the right to address when you are treated inappropriately. And hopefully, because we're in 2021 and Black people are still experiencing firsts, and we're dealing with violence and death much too often. Much of my work is all about trauma response. And so I'm having to learn how to be trauma informed to be able to help minister to my community and to those that have to deal with these on a daily basis. But I cannot imagine what it must be at 80 years old to have your dignity disrespected and disregarded. The fact that you are an elder and we're simply driving, that again is heartbreaking. It does make me angry, and I speak about my anger. And so hopefully, I think one of the things that we need to do is acknowledge that, and we need to set up forums where those that have dealt with that type of trauma have a place to name that and receive therapeutic care, ministry, or however you're able, however you choose to process that, because we have to hold so much all the time because it is such a constant daily experience. I tell everyone, waking up in the morning and making it through the day in Black and brown skin, that is a protest that we live 365, 24/7.
Reverend Dickinson, Lori in the chat wants to know if it is still legal in the state of Oklahoma for a bystander to video a police encounter.
Yes, it is. There has been legislation that has posed. Oklahoma, boy, do we bring some legislation that is simply, it's perplexing, it's offensive, and it is a waste of our taxpayer dollars. And it is intentional. But you are still able to videotape. You still have the right to document that experience. They've said that using the likeness of an officer is what is unlawful. And so you can record, but you are not supposed to dox, which is put that information out with the intent to give identifying information, location, or things like that around that particular officer. And I do not support doxing anyone. It is very dangerous. I've had it happen to me personally. And so I am not anti-officer, I'm anti-injustice. And so you still have the right to be able to document interaction. And thank you for those that, because that takes courage to do that, because it's very intimidated. So I thank those, and especially to our white counterparts, the response that you receive and the interaction is often very different than those of in melanated skin. And so I do encourage you to, when you have the ability, and even if it seems like it's an inconvenience, to take the courage and the step to intervene by documenting and let them know that your presence is there. Statistics have shown that when someone is present and when they are white and they are documenting, that the survival rates of Black and brown people increases by over 67%. So you actually are acting as an agent and helping save lives. And so please, even if it is what you would consider inconvenience, understand the necessity and help and stand in the fact that Black lives do matter. Do we have another question?
Cheryl, did you have a question that you wanted to pose?
She said, no, thank you.
No, thank you.
I see a question from my sister and my friend, Dr. Nyla Khan, about how important is it to forge intergenerational bonds by sharing good memories of a bygone era, teaching the younger generation about history and keeping the Native culture alive, particularly in those families that have been displaced by racial and political conflict. Evidence of how important this is how many people are saying that have lived in Oklahoma, some that have lived in Tulsa and surrounding areas their entire life, that they had no idea of what happened to the Greenwood community 100 years ago. And they were unaware. And that even is true of some African-American families. And people have learned about this and learned that they were descendants. And so it made them respond differently. And they began to say that, you know, I want to learn more. And so one of my favorite things to do has always been to sit at the feet of my grandparents, my aunties, my uncles, and elders and seniors in our community and learn from them. Such a wealth of knowledge. And there's nothing like learning from that person's perspective. And when they teach you, because when you are sharing your experience with someone, that's also a way of loving them. You're able to embrace and understand what really being community is. And it instilled a lot of pride in me and in my family, learning what they had travailed through. And many times it has also helped me in how I respond, even to those that respond out of ignorance, fear, or hate. When you understand your history, they say you cannot know where you're going unless you know where you come from. Well, that same strength, tenacity, ingenuity, courage, and all of those attributes that many of our elders and ancestors had to have to be able to survive, is what we can use even in this day when technology is so prevalent to be able to better humanity as a whole. And yes, we need to tell the stories because you always want to make sure that we understand and really enjoy learning. The more that we learn, the better we interact with everyone. And young people, youth have always been the ones that maintained and sometimes started our most revolutionary movements. In the civil rights movement, when the parents and those that were working, when they said, I can't do this boycott and I can't be in this protest, it was the young people that said, we will do it. And they arrested hundreds and thousands of young people and put them in stadiums. But they said, we're going to hold up and fight for the civil rights of all of us. And so youth, especially today, I mean, Generation Z, and I have a child who's in Generation Z, they are a force to be reckoned with. They have access to lots of information in a very immediate sense because of the internet that we did not have in using in their advocacy and their activism and their everyday interactions. And so I love watching how youth are teaching us how to do it better, how to be our best selves, and to be acceptance. The Gen Z, they are dynamic. And I am very humbled, and I count it a privilege to be able to be amongst them and the millennials and the zennials. I'm a Gen X chick, and so we say that we were the latchkey kids. So we did have to learn kind of how to survive, and we're pretty good. So we are kids of the MacGyver age, and so I just dated myself. Many young people will not know what that is, but I can figure out how to get into my house if it's locked. But I don't know how to do it with my cell phone or with technology, like some of these young people would be able to hack in and get us in. So I think that the Gen Z, they are just really, really dope, and I appreciate them. And they let me hang out with them sometimes. So sometimes I feel like a cool kid.
We have a participant who wants to talk with you. So you're in. Go ahead.
Hi, Sheree. It's Mike.
Hi, Mike.
How are you?
I'm well, brother. How are you?
Good. First of all, I just want to thank you for everything you've done to help make this area and this state a better place with what you've contributed. Second of all, after I get off, if you could please explain to everybody what is going on at Nappy Roots this Saturday night for people who would like to get involved with that. And the third thing is, in 1959, I learned about the Tulsa Race Massacre because, as you know, both of my parents are Holocaust survivors, and they had a good friend in Tulsa, Oklahoma, who was a survivor of the Holocaust, and we would go there and visit him. And one time while we were there, he actually drove us down to Greenwood. This was in 1959 when I was 8 years old, and explained to us what took place there. So it's interesting that it was another Holocaust survivor talking to two other Holocaust survivors and their two small boys about what took place in Tulsa, Oklahoma, when so many people in our own state didn't know what was going on.
You know, Mike, thank you so much for sharing that. The Holocaust was another one of our international atrocities. And it is something that binds the two ethnicities or races together to understand that type of trauma. And the death tolls were so high, so unnecessary, and stemmed from hate and supremacy. That was certainly evidence of white supremacy. And anyone in whatever skin you're in can uphold the systems of white supremacy and colonial settlerism. And we do that so often without even realizing it. And so I cannot stress enough how important it is that we share our stories, and not in the attempt to what I call have the oppression Olympics. We are not trying to compete or fight about the atrocities that have happened to my people, to Jewish people, to Native American, to the Latinx folks. And we have to be aware that some of those same atrocities continue to happen. When you have families being separated at a border, when someone took 3 months with a small amount of water and food, carrying their child, trying to get to a place of safety, you can always live with me, and I welcome you. And I think that love is what should be our borders, and that is how we should see it. But thank you for bringing that up. Mike did mention that this Saturday at 3705 Spring Lake Drive, and this is in Oklahoma City, but all are welcome. There is going to be a tribute and commemoration to what happened in Greenwood for our Oklahoma Cityans. And so if you are, and I believe that is going to be at 7 p.m.
That's
and
correct.
So if you are in the area, I will be speaking that is hosted at the business, which is a community icon for for community empowerment. That is Nappy Roots Books and Community Center. Very dynamic place. And so I encourage, invite everyone to attend if you are able. I saw one other comment, and so I want to end with this. I know we're getting close to time. Again, I already gave my disclaimer and caveat. I'm a real preacher. And so I'm going to end it. Young people, I was speaking the other day and somebody yelled out and they said, Reverend Cherie, say it with your chest. And I didn't quite understand what that meant. And so I tried to like stand up straighter and give out, give a different intonation. And they said, we were actually talking about what was on your t-shirt, and people pay attention to what is said. And this is a very easy way to support businesses of color and social justice and institutions of learning. A lot of times we always have wardrobe items and what do they call it? When they give you, what's the word? It's failing me. When they say, I have something for you. And it is a bag of, well, the word left me. But these are things that I say with my chest. Yeah, souvenir is one word, not swag. That's what it is. Thank you so much. Swag. One of my favorite t-shirts, and I don't know if you can see this, but it is a t-shirt that has the colors of Black liberation, and it's Africa. And so a lot of times what I was going to do, I was going to try to be fancy, but I'm also a woman of distinctive size, and I'm having moments of power surges. And so I decided to not overwhelm you with that. But I don't know if you can see this shirt. I'm trying to get it. It says, prisons do not disappear social problems. They disappear human beings. And that was said by Angela Davis, Dr. Angela Davis, one of my mentors and icons. And she was arrested for her activism along with Assata Shakur and those that were doing those works with the Black Panthers. Young people, they say this to me all the time. Let me see if I can get in the right. It's hard, but this one, it just says, stay woke. And that means this is encouraging you to stay educated and aware of what is happening, learning how to be a better advocate, learning when you need to put your actual body on the line to protect people of color who are in danger. And my last shirt, which I think you've probably all seen me in it. It is simply my, and let me see if I can get in the right thing, but it is my Black Lives Matter Oklahoma City shirt. It's not coming up on the screen. It also has the sticker that says Justice for Greenwood. And so right now, if you know, please participate in asking for reparations for our fellow Oklahomans who were dealt an egregious blow and were not treated with humanity in Tulsa, Oklahoma. Thank you so much for your times, everyone, beloveds, ashe, and bless you, and may we all be better to one another as we learn how to be our best selves.
Thank you so much, Reverend Dickerson. Thank all of you for coming out today. We have another group of wonderful speakers tomorrow. We'll begin at 9, and I hope to see you tomorrow. So thank you.